Hafer has the light, but in a double breakout, Jeff Hannon gets the win. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro Eliminator to 1 and 2. Pro to 1 and 2. Race Pinsek, you have the bye. If there is one, please go up lane 7. Next pair, Ed Beadler will be chasing Steve English. Steve English breaks out. Ed Beadler, 2 over with 24 light, gets a point for New Media Dragway. Next up, New England's Rob Baker. Beautiful 67 Mustang Fastback. We'll be chasing Dave Harvey Jr.'s Long Roof Malibu. Harvey goes red by 8 thousandths of a second. Baker gets a gift, goes 2 over for the win and the point for New England Dragway. Jimbo Romagna. Dave Harvey, almost a heads-up race. Harvey's got the light. Harvey's got the winner and double breakout. He's under by 3. Romagna under by 5. Point for Island. Oh, man, somebody please, Dave Smith, get a picture of this. I want a picture of this run. Dave Tubman, the strangest vehicle I've ever seen at the bracket finals. Team New England, 68 El Camino. Looks like an extra from the Dukes of Hazzard up against Russ Wilbur, the famous locomotive breath. Oh, Tubman goes red. Russ was late, but he gets the win. 8:15 on an 8:17. Next pair, Brian Lind and Greg LeBlanc. The lights are close. Lynn taps the brakes, but breaks out by a bunch. Anyway, Greg LeBlanc, New England, 2 over for the win. And the bye run going to Billy Kirpins. Billy with the 49 light. 1 over with a 742 with the 1. Point for Lebanon Valley. Pro coming up next. Hey, while we got a minute here, we have a bunch of people from yesterday who did not pick up money. So you need to go get your money. If you don't, the office people are going on a shopping spree. Okay, Motorcycle Gamblers winner. Mr. Hamilton, number 76, Mason Dixon. Gambler Semi, 71, Mason Dixon. B. Matthias. The Race of Champion EV winner, Then the Race Champion Pro winner, Jared Kinson. You need to get your money. And Race Champion Bike runner-up, Mr. Matthias, once again, money for you. So you have 2 payouts coming. So please, please, please go get your bucks. See, if I had that El Camino and I was like chasing somebody, I would turn on the lights, and that might be a little distracting to him. I wonder if there's a rule against that. Pro Eliminator, load up. Time to go racing. Alrighty, here we go. Pro. Start out with the Mustang of Chris Crow 2. Team New England up against Dan Hanley. Want to say hello to everybody out in Cyberland watching us on YouTube and Facebook. We appreciate your tuning in. Thank our major sponsors, Summit Racing Equipment and Insinger Performance. Close to a heads-up race here, about a 10th head start for Dan Hanley. The Mustang, dead late. In a double breakout, Dan Hanley takes it under by 5 thou. Next pair, Mason Dixon's Anthony Bonanno in the red Chevelle up against New England's Don LoRusso. Twin fantastic lights. Bonanno takes it 1 over with the 004. LoRusso A6 over with the 004. Lebanon Valley track champ Pete Bushnell taking on Ski Viveros, Team New England. Both lights are good. Bushnell 2 over for the win. Viveros 3 over. Margin victory 13 thousandths of a second. Next up, the Vega New England Dragway. Wayne Seavey up against Maple Grove's Kevin Core. Kevin Core goes red by 3 thou. Seavey was big time late. He goes 1 over for the win. That's the type of time slip you get if you're Kevin Core and you start like banging yourself on the head. Joe Valencia in the Thunderstruck is going to be chasing Dave Campbell's Little Fox Body Mustang. Valencia had the light as the win only needs a 642 with the 006. Gets the point for Mason Dixon. Campbell breaks out. James Young in the Primer Camaro getting the head start over Bob McAllister from Cecil County. James Young. Red lights, McAllister, 6 flat on 605 for the win. Matt Smith, South Mountain in the El Camino. Going to try to hold off Christiana Hubbard in the Mustang. Christiana has the light and the win, 1 over with the 009. Smith dead on with the 5, but a 46 light means a whole shot win for Christiana. Lebanon Valley's Paul Lattarulo in the far lane is going to give chase to Callie Klein in the Duster. Pardon me, the Dodge Demon. Lattarulo, you saw him roll in a little too deep. He goes way red. Klein 1 over with 43 for the win. Point for Mason Dixon. Nell Belot Sr. coming up in the Fink Lane, racing for Team New England. Keith White, Team Canada, getting the head start in the Nova. White goes red. B-Lot 571 on a 73 for the win and the point for New England Dragway. Coming up the line, Bob Bates, Team Cecil. And the Patriot Nova. He'll be chasing John Moore in the 440 dart from Mason Dixon. Oh, baby. One spectacular light. That's Bob. A 4-pack, 002 dead on with the 2. Bob Bates takes a convincing win for Cecil. Moore breaks out. Dave Hubbard from Esta in the green Camaro is going to try to hold off Dan Casey, former national champ, in the Mercury Capri. Lights are even. Casey drives around but breaks out. Hubbard dead on with the 2 with the 15 light, gets the win. Hey folks, if you haven't had breakfast yet, go on over to Concessions, fresh hot breakfast sandwiches, hash browns, and coffee. And check out the novelty booth next door. You need a Lebanon Valley souvenir, and we have them all there, T-shirts, hats, sweatshirts, etc. Almost a heads-up race here, Jason Focarino and A.J. Meyer. Meyer gets it, 5 over with a 001. Next up, Jean-Guy Renault from Team Canada in the Pinto. South Mountains, Ken Hankins getting the win. Hankins, something not happy with that car. Jean-Guy red lit by a bunch. Hankins was dead late and still manages to pull off the win. Well, if you like Red Fords, you're in luck. Bobby Piperata in the Mustang, Keith Warner in the Ford Ranchero. Warner takes it in a double breakout. He had the worst light, but manages to eke out a win. Couple of Malibus heading up. 15-year difference between them. Chris Corleone in the old one, Hannah Bogus in the newer one. Two good lights. Hannah has the light, gets the win with a 2 over 586. Corleone breaks out. Next up, Bob Reinert in the Chevelle is going to be chasing Dave Trout's Mustang. Lights late and later. Late takes it. Reinert, 8 over. That's all he needs. Trout breaks out by 3. Kyle Gockley in the pickup truck from Maple Groves could be chasing Diggs. Tim Diglio, Team Esta. Diggs goes red by 2 thou. Gockley, 25 green. 1 under. Point for Maple Grove. Next up, Lee Ratzkowicz getting the head start in the Mustang. Bob Hartnett will be chasing. Lee did the gate job, gets the win, 1 over with a 004. Point for Island. Over in the Napa lane, Lebanon Valley, Sean Nichols could be chasing Greg Lefkin. Pretty close race. 1,100 separate the two. Shawnee takes it 007 and a 5 over. Lefkin, 6 over with a 33. Point, Lebanon Valley. Another one of my favorite cars, Dennis Core, the Hee-Haw. Absolutely mint condition, 68 Super B. That car is show quality. Believe first, Mike Franek in the Dart will try to run him down. Core goes red. Franek 012. 41 on a 43. Point Island Dragway. Here's another Nichols. LG, Grant Nichols Jr. And Gino Picozzi, 2 tough Mustangs, almost a heads-up race. New England versus Lebanon. Oh, man. Gino had the light 002 to 009. Dead on for Grant. 1 over for Gino. Win 1,000th of a second for Gino Picozzi. Kelly Fleming in the pickup truck. Fred Clark in the Dusta. Poor LG, man. 009 dead on and you lose. Woo. Fred Clark takes that 1 point, New England. Double breakout. He's under by 3 thou. Kelly had light, but it didn't help her out. Next up, DJ Clark and the Nova getting the head start over Al Meyer. Double breakout. Meyer under by 2 with the win and the point for Esta. Next pair, Frank Ware for Esta. Mike Maude for New Media. Camaro versus Mustang. Ware welds him, gets the win. 5 over only needs with the 003 light. Point for Esta. Man, those are 2 different yellows, aren't they? Terry Lee in the Mustang, Joe Grasso, Lebanon Valley in the Chevelle. Grasso with the hole shot. Grasso with the win and a double breakout. He's under by 7 thou. Point for Lebanon Valley. Hi, Deadly. Scott Besaw in the Fink lane. He's going to get the head start by a second over Rob Zetterberg. Killer car from Island Dragway. Besaw was deadly on the light, but he breaks out by 5 thou. Zetterberg 1 over with a 34, gets the win and the point for Island. New England Dragway in the Napa Lane. Paul Laurenti up against Mike Fornwald from New Media. Very nice, formal-looking first-gen Camaro. Fornwald had the light, gets the win with 1 over and the point for New Media. Laurenti dead on, but loses in a hole shot. Lisa Lucier, Team New England, in the Fink lane. Will get chased by Fred Johns Mason Dixon Vega. Oh boy. Late and later. Late takes it. 677 for Fred Johns on a 669 dial. Point for Mason Dixon. Andy Bracuto with the Firebirds could be chasing Brad Taylor. Number 1 vehicle for Team Canada. The lights are close. Bracuto gets it in a double breakout. Point for Maple Grove. While it's quiet for a sec, racers, we are having a lot of trouble reading the dial-ins. If you go over to our novelty booth next to concessions, they have brand new marker pens that they will sell you. Please remember the numbers need to be on the left side of the car, not the top, not the bottom, not the right. The driver's side of the car, please, clearly, so we can see you in the tower. Once again, hi to everybody watching on the internet. We appreciate your being here. Last day of the bracket finals. Almost a heads-up race. Mazzata with the light. He goes one over for the win. Parker breaks out. Point for New England. Another one almost heads up. Rich Wendler in the green Mustang getting a little bit of a head start over Joe Girardi in the Camaro. Joe Girardi wins the double breakout under by 4th out. Point for Esta. In the far lane, Brian Millette racing for Lebanon Valley. In the near lane, J-Rock, Jason Hemingway racing for Esta. Hemingway, 2 over for the win. Brian Millette breaks out by 5. He had light, but didn't do him good. Another Lebanon Valley car, the Camaro of Dan McIntosh, could be chasing Mike Bryson from New Media Dragway. McIntosh, 1 over with 78, gets the win. Bryson breaks out by 1,000th. Bryson had that one, but he gave it back by 1,000th of a second. Point Lebanon. Next pair, Lebanon Valley's Anthony Johnson, the Mercury Marauders, going to be chasing Tyler Weicker. Anthony had light, gets the win, 1 over with a 10 light, a 20 pack for Anthony Johnson, and a round 1 win. Tyler Weicker breaks out. In the far lane, George Fisher for New England's going to be chasing Matt Consiglio. Matt Consiglio has the light, wins a double breakout. Point for Esta. Jorge Correa, Team Canada, will be chasing down Haley Clough, Team New England. The Beamer has the light and the win, 3 over with a 25. Point for Team Canada. Paul Scribani, Team Lebanon, could be chasing Bob Gagnier and that beautiful Firebird. Gagne had the light. 009 goes dead on with the 9. Scribani breaks out. He was late, though, but Gagne really put together a great package there. Here's my cougar, John Kalaga, from Plantation, Florida, racing for Cecil. Frank Falcone in the bright orange 69 Camaro. Ah, man, look at Kalaga showing off. Trip zipped in on with an 8-pack for John Kalaga's Cougar. Point for Cecil. Ray Thurston in what used to be, honestly, his grandmother's car. New England's Mike Riley in the Napa lane. Oh, man. Look at Riley. Riley gets it. A perfect run for Mike Riley. Pardon me. Trip zip dead on with a 0. Thurston's been doing very well, but he's going to have to try to get in the Consi race today. Chris Gagne and Mike Olson going at it. Gagne dead on with the 3 with the 77 light for the win. Point for New Media. And somebody needs to tell Mike Riley he needs to come up to the tower. We have a little something for him for that perfect run from Summit Racing Equipment. That's pretty exciting. Trish Witt and Lebanon Valley's Bob Stockwell. Stockwell getting the head start. Stockwell goes red. Trish Witt, 82 on an 83 for the win. Point for Cecil. Next up, Mike LaRose in the Vegas station wagon. Somebody needs to tell me on the Vegas station wagon, see the little vents above the back wheels. What are those for? And I looked. Even when Mike LaRose does a burnout, no smoke comes out of those vents. So Kyle Rice, New England, in the Nova will be getting the head start. Yeah, that's the story of the day. Vega vents. Why? Rice goes red. Mike LaRose dead on with the 1 with the 93 light for the win. Nate Mendenhall and James Bodmer. Mendenhall in the pickup truck. And something. Not happy with Mendenhall. Bodmer, 001 and 2 over, gets the win. Next pair, Joe Rodriguez, Island Dragway in the red Camaro up against Mike LaRose. New media. LaRose has light, breaks out by 5 thou. Rodriguez dead on with 1, gets the win. That was a good race. All right, attention in the pits. So attention in the pits. Super Eliminator 1 and 2. Super to 1 and 2. Race of Champions winner, lane 7 for the potential bye. Bill Bugden in the Orange Nova will be trying to hold off Tom Scripignano's pickup truck. Scrifignano 1 over, had the better light. Puts Bugden on the trailer. Bugden dead on with a 4, but he was late, so whole shot win for the pickup truck. Another Lebanon Valley car in the Napa Lane, Mike Block. He's going to get a big head start, 1.3 seconds over Matt Wilson from Cecil County. Mike Block did on with the 3, and a better light gets the win over Matt Wilson. Point for Lebanon. Almost a heads-up race here. Paul Werner in the Maple Grove wagon. Chasing Eddie Tice in the Cecil Monte. Double breakout, Paul Werner. Under by 2 with the 13 light gets the win. Tice under by 5. New England's Joe Henderson in the newer Nova taking on Kevin Mendenhall in the older Nova. Almost a heads-up race here. Advantage Mendenhall, and he does get the win. 2 over with the 21. Joe Henderson knocked out. Henderson closer to the dial, but loses in a hole shot by 9 thousandths of a second. Clayton Garber in the Buick will be chasing Dave Harvey in the Pontiac. This is a good pairing here. Both of these guys have done very well today. This week, I should say. Remains to be seen how they'll do today. And Garber takes it in a double breakout. He's under by 11 thou. Point for Mason Dixon. Joe Clark from New Media getting head start over Maple Grove's John Hedenberg. Clark with the light, taps the brakes, gets the win dead on with the 9 with a 009 18 pack for Joe Clark. Hedenberg breaks out by 6 thou. Once again, Mike Riley, Team New England. You need to make your way to the second floor tower office. We have a little present for you for that perfect run. Mike Riley, second floor tower office. Next up, Tom Spangler and Bob Smith. Bob Smith, 1 over with the 004. Great run for him. Takes out Spangler. Spangler, somebody with quite a history at the bracket finals. Another one of my favorite cars, Dane McCloskey in the wheel-standing Pontiac Trans Am. Not sure if it's a 77 or a 78, but it's one of the two. Up against Rich Skula in the Vega. Right? Trans Am, 2 over in the better light. No, the worst light, but 2 over for the wins. Kula breaks out by 3. Dave Harvey Jr. in the Plymouth Valiant getting big head start over Brian Lynn's Camaro. Dave Harvey, 1 over with the 20 light for the win. Lind breaks out by 3. Point for Island. Super Eliminator. Get suited up, get strapped in. It is time for you guys, just about. Joe Dedrick and Steve Long. Dedrick in the Camaro. Steve Long had the light, gets the winner in double breakout. He's under by 2 thou. Point for Cecil. Track champ, Jared Kinson. Race the champion winner. This must be the last pair. He's got a tough customer here in Paul Stalba. Cecil County. Two Camaros, 26 years apart in age. Jared Kinson goes red by 7 thou. Paul Stalba gets the win, 687 on a 690. Super Eliminator, round 1. Zach Patricelli had a good day yesterday. He had a 001 package in the quarterfinals of the Gamblers race. He was runner-up. Doug Fellenbaum had a pretty good day too yesterday in the Gamblers. 1 second head start for the door car. Two good lights. At the top in a double breakout, Fellenbaum takes it. He's under by 1 thou. Patricelli under by 8 thou. Point for South Mountain. Next up, Randy Hodges, Team Canada in the Dodge Daytona up against Andrew Pavensky, Team Island. Nice looking Ford Fairlane. Something going wrong with Pavensky. Hodges senses that, gets out of the throttle, goes 5:59 for the win, and the point for Team Canada. Good matchup here. George Hoff from Cecil County over in the Napa lane in the Ford up against Billy Blaker III in the Monte Carlo. Blaker, Team Lebanon Valley. Blaker with the light. Blaker with the win dead on with the 6 with the 29 light. Good job. Next up, Charlene Lepp in the Mustang getting the head start over Dan Galinas in the Porsche. The Porsche. Oh, man, 2 great lights. Charlene dead on with the 7 with a 007 14 pack puts Daniel Galinas on the trailer. Here's another only in drag racing pair. Dave Miller in that gorgeous S10 pickup for Esta up against Andy Purcell, Team Mason Dixon. Show quality, 8-second Willis. Oh boy, somebody's got a 001. Point for Elmer. Dead on with the 1 with a 001, a 2-pack for Andy Purcell in the first round. Wow. That card doesn't look like it should be as deadly as it is. Al Ferrari getting the head start in the little Chevy Vega over Joe Martz. Another gorgeous truck from Mason Dixon. Another set of killer lights. Ferrari takes a lot of strike breaks out by 3. Joe Martz dead on with the 5 and a 12 light. Point for Mason Dixon. Iggy Falcone gets that one. Point for Esto. 1 over with the 37 light. Lugino Ramundo, Team Canada, getting a big head start in the Chevy Nova over Steve Whitman, Team Mason Dixon. Oh boy, something going on with Lugino. Whitman passes him way early, gets out, only needs a 506 on a 475 to get that one. When you pass somebody that early, you're thinking, what did I do wrong? Dale Schaefer, Team Lebanon's could be chasing Andrew Dolan, Team Mason Dixon. Dolan dropped a 003 on him, goes 2 over for the win. Dale breaks out by 4, trying to catch him. Rob Hyatt over in the far lane, racing for Team Canada. Jason Day, this very clean 66 Mercury Comet, getting the head start.
Shout out to his dad sitting at home watching this on YouTube.
Ah. Hello to Mr. Day, Dad Day. We understand you're watching this.
That's Jim Day watching his
Jim Day. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. Thank you for tuning in. Your kid got treed, unfortunately. Loses in a double breakout. High and under by 6 thou. Jason under by 8 thou. It was a close race at least. And don't tune out yet because he could get in the consolation race. Next up, Doug Dahl in the dragster. Up against Sean Barrett. Team Mason Dixon. Long bed, Chevy S10. Two great lights. Doug Dahl gets it because he didn't break out. Sean Barrett had the light, goes under by 1. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We have a Team Canada member broken at the top end. We have a Team Canada. See, they all jumped up. That's great. you can send like 5 golf carts down. Might be a heavy car, and they might really need a tow. So thank you, Team Canada. Will Winthrop in the door car, Randy Krause in the S&W Dragster. Oh boy. Randy nailed the tree. Dead on with the 2. 7-pack for Randy Krause puts out Will Winthrop. Dave Sizzlick from New England. Over in the Napa Lane, we used to call him Sizzle. They probably still do. Todd Martin in the Fink Lane for Island. Martin goes red. Sizzlick, a little late, doesn't matter. Broke out, doesn't matter. He gets the win, the point for New England Dragway. Lynn Bowie, my choice for best appearing. 2024 Diamond Race Cars Dragster, Team Mason-Dixon, #1 car. Harley Parson in the Malibu, getting a head start at just under 2 seconds. Parson, redlets, good thing for Lynn Bowie because he was late. And he broke out by 3, and he still gets the win. Moving on to round 2. Ray Knight, the legendary Ford racer from New England Dragway, is going to be chasing #1 vehicle from South Mountain, Jeff Alabach in the pickup truck. Alabach 006 red. Ray Knight dead on with a 9 for the win. Point New England. Over in the far lane, George Foster, Team Lebanon, will be chasing Nell Bilad Jr. The Johnson & Johnson Band-Aid car. Jr. nailed the tree. Gets a knee. Oh boy, a 2-pack. Nell Belot Jr. 002 Denon with a 0 2-pack for Nelson Belot Jr. George breaks out. Wow. That was brutal. Next up in the far lane, Jake Narr from Maple Grove up against Eugene Stankiewicz from ESTA. Nargo's red by a thou. Stankiewicz won over with the 12 light for the win. Point for ESTA. Far lane, that's Steve Gregoire. He's going to be chasing Matt Himes. ESTA Dragway. Steve goes red by 3 thou. Himes 001. He goes 647 for the win. Breakout run, but it doesn't matter. There's Team Canada with the tow service. Ed Colboletta, Team Lebanon, will be chasing Kyle Core from New Media. It's close. Core had the light, goes 2 over for the win. Colboletta 5 off the dial. Primersky from South Mountain could be chasing James Carty from Maple Grove. Carty with the advantage and the win. Double breakout. He's under by 1. Mursky under by a couple. Next pair, Kalen LeBlanc, number 1 car from New England, backing up from the burnout. Caleb Klein, the pickup truck. Mason Dixon. LeBlanc had the light, gets it done in double breakout. He's under by 5 thou. Klein under by a couple. Go see the quickest car here over in the far lane. Reigning top dragster world champ Vince Mussolino. He's going to be chasing KC Kovacs, Team Canada.
All they need to do is cut a light in the left lane. Run the number. Or have a good outfielder that can catch it.
Well, you can if you're in the stands.
Wow, two great lights, and Mussolino dead on with a 0-007, a 7-pack for the world champ. Only 157 miles an hour. He was out of it early. Kovacs breaks out by 7th thou. Man. These guys are serious, aren't they?
Mud bugs when you're coming over to where that little entrance is where you have down there. I don't see them anymore.
Right down at the very, very, very bottom. It is. Yeah.
Frank Berard, Lebanon Valley. He's going to try to chase Harry Olson. Team Canada.
300-mile-an-hour cars coming at him. Top fuel what? Maple Grove stands right at the bottom, man. Top fuel's running, stands right.
Team Canada, 001 light. And the win dead on with the 4, a 5-pack for Harry Olson takes out Frank Berard. Hey, Laura, at least he didn't break the car. Far lane, another Lebanon Valley car, Kevin Billets. He's going to be chasing the Corvette of Anthony Zagarelli, a tough customer from Esta.
If only we could predict the weather, right? Yeah, exactly.
Oh, Billets goes red by 8 thou. Zagarelli dead on with the 2. 32 light moves on to round 2. Lots of 2s there.
2-2. It's not even Tuesday. You would never know she was a drag racer.
Jason Wilson and Caitlin Kraus. Almost a heads-up race here. A couple of dragsters. New Media and Mason Dixon.
Following Daddy's footsteps.
Oh boy, late and later. And Wilson gets the win. 2 over with the 30. Caitlin breaks out. She had a 59 light. That's not going to win you too many rounds here. Grant Nichols, Lebanon Valley, up against Connor Ebbig, South Mountain. S&W sponsored car. Says strange on it. I would say my car would have to say that, but I don't know whether I'd advertise it. Two great lights. And Grant Nichols breaks out. Connor Hebig gets the win dead on with the 7. Grant breaks out by 1 thou. Hebig had light 5 to a 12.
They're very well decorated. I'll give them that.
Boney Maroney, Team Lebanon, taking on Carol Bell, Team Canada. The lights pretty much identical, and Carol Bell gets in a double breakout. She's under by 2 thou. Boney under by 3 thou. That was pretty close. Go Team Canada by that girl Molson. Larry McGowan, Team Mason Dixon. In the Fink Lane, Team Maple Grove, Jason Amy, the number 1 car, over in the Napa Lane. McGowan goes red. Jason Amy breaks out by 5 thou. That doesn't matter. He has an 11 light. He moves on to round 2. Melissa Wilson backing up from the burnout, the tax speaker car. She's taking on Robbie Boyd from Island Dragway. Robbie Boyd did late, but Melissa break red lights by 3 thou. Robbie Boyd did on with the 4, gets the win. Fred Jacobs, man, that thing is cool. Utica, New York, Team Esta, 94 LeBaron. Basically a top sportsman car, the huge wing. You could land a helicopter on that wing. Zach Rothenberger, number 2 car from the Grove, over in the Napa Lane. Wow, double breakout. Fred had the light, but Rothenberger gets it. Double breakout, margin victory, 5 thousandths of a second. Next pair, Lebanon Valley's Keith Lozier is going to be chasing Richie Williams from South Mountain. Dead even on the line. Lozier dead on with an 8 gets the win. Williams 1 over, margin of victory 8 thou for Keith Lozier. Next up, Al Cowing. Been racing this car for at least 30 years, 67 Camaro. He's going to try to hold off Brian Recolaitis. Team New Media. Recolaitis dead on with a 0, 11 light, 11 pack. Takes out Al Cowing. He was 1 over with a 21. Lebanon Valley's track champ backing up. That's Mark Beaton up against Rich Turkowski. Almost a heads-up race. 2 dragsters. Beaton's car built by Dan Page up in New Hampshire. Turkowski by Pennsylvania's Ed Quay. Interesting cars, one-piece fiberglass body, and they're very recognizable because of that ridge right below the roll cage. Beaton goes red by a bunch. Turkowski 003 for 70 on a 71 for the win. Problems with Jenna Nichols' car. Mike Thomas waiting patiently in his white Camaro from Esta Dragway. And it looks like he is going to get a single run. Poor Jenna. This has just not been her year. Thomas, 637 on a 632, 12 light. Moves into round 2. Here's another guy having a tough weekend, Mike Rogers. He is going to be chasing Mark Consiglio in the bright green Chevy Nova. Two-second head start for the door car. There we go. Mike Rogers, good light. Dead on with an 8. That's more like it. He moves on to round 2. Consiglio red lights by like a month. Ow. Cam Murray competing for Team Canada. Going to try to hold off the dragster of Chris Campione, Team Maple Grove. Very close on the starting line, and Team Canada gets another one. Cam Murray dead on with a 3. Campione over by 1. Lights were 22 to an 18. David Hebig in the dragster, Team Island. Could be chasing John Robertson, number 1 car for Team Canada. Hebig with the light and the win. Robertson breaks out by 3 thou. Hebig dead on with the 6 with the 7 light, 13 back. Great run. New England versus Canada over in the far lane. Mike Fitz, Team Canada. He's a heck of a racer up against Camden Morgano in the Chevy Monza. Somebody's got a perfect light. That is Camden Morgano dead on with the 3 pack for Camden. Puts Mike Fitz on the trailer. Mike 007 hits the number with a 5 and he loses. Oh my goodness. Michael is not going to be happy. Dick Coppertino, Team New Media, Bob Hickey, almost a heads-up race. Coppertino with the light in the wind, 2 over with the 14, puts him in round 2. Jen Murray in the dragster, Caitlin Summerfield in the pickup truck. Jen with the light, and she can run the number. Caitlin Summerfield, a 31 light, dead on with the 2, gets the win by 14 thou. Hey, Team Canada, there we go. Danny Bell in the Chevy Nova. We'll try to hold off the R-charging dragster of Jean Ann Zetterberg. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Bikes and sleds to 7 and 8. Bikes and sleds 7 and 8. ROC winner 2, lane 9. Bell, a 001 light, dead on with a 1, a 2-pack for Danny Bell, and the win for Team Canada. Wow, what a run. Don't forget, folks, concessions are open. We are serving lunch. We have those award-winning French fries. If you want to try them, head on over. Check out our novelty booth as well. John Dombrowski in the dragster for New England is going to be chasing Mike Mackey, Team New Media. Dombrowski goes red, Mike Mackey. 661 on a 663 moves into round 2. New England's Paul Fitzgerald in the Nova. That's the one that says Paul Fitzgerald on it. Up against Andrew Bercudo, the wheel standing Monty from Maple Grove. Oh, baby. Bercudo, 002, 2 over for the win. Fitzgerald breaks out. Dana Beauchamp in the Fink Equipment lane up against Billy Werders. The Hook. New England Dragway versus Mason Dixon. Werders goes red. Dano 16 green. 469 on the 470 for the win. And here is Mr. Dana Beauchamp, Dave Beauchamp, in the yellowish dragster. Up against the number 2 car from Lebanon Valley, Matt Taccone in the 8-second quarter mile Plymouth Duster. Dave goes red by 4th out. Taccone was late, but he gets a gift. Breaks out by 2th out and moves on to round 2. Heather Boyko backing up in the dragster from New Media Dragway. She's got Mike Ferry, Team Canada. It's very fast. It's very red, too. Heather giving chase. She has the light. She goes 1 over for the win. Ferry breaks out by 4. Steve Everett in the dragster. Joe Dukin in the pickup. Cecil versus New Media. That truck is just so cool. The wheels really make it. Dukin with the light and the win. 2 over with the 007. Beats a 2 over with the 32. Jamie Dimon, number 4 car from Lebanon Valley, is going to try to run down Brian Hansberry. If it weren't for Vince Musolino, he'd probably be the quickest car here. Hansberry has not made a run all weekend, at least that I have seen. Identical reaction times. And Hansberry takes it in a double breakout. He's under by 4 thou. Jamie under by 6 thou. Hansberry gets the win. Two Chevy door cars, William Carroll in Monza, Jeremy Popple in the Monte Carlo.
Gotta have a blue Monte Carlo coming down the right lane. Needs to put safety gear on in that car to race here.
Jeremy Popple takes it in a double breakout. He's under by 9 thou, and he gets the win. 2 good lights, 009 to an 014.
Yeah, when we get into next round of Super Pro, 9 new media, 9 ND. Make sure he's got gloves and a neck collar on, or else we'll be sending him home.
Blue 70 Monte Carlo.
Next up, Dave Henry in the dragster. John Selvering in the nice Nova from Maple Grove. Selvering dead on with the 6 for the win. Dave Henry breaks out by 4 thousandths of a second. Far lane, Jackson Warders, former track champ at New England, going to try to hold off Bradley Givier. Team New Media in the black dragster. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Junior Street time trial to 5 and 6, please. Junior Street time trial 5 and 6. Jackson with light in the win, 1 over, margin of victory, 8/10,000ths of a second. But it's enough. Jackson moves on to round 2. Ray Thurston the third. In the Barracuda again, the head start over James Moshier in the Mustang. And Mosher takes it. Both of them kind of off the dial. Mosher takes it in a hole shot. Jimmy DeChaco is going to be chasing Braden Acker, 2 tough customers. Team Esta, Team New Media. Two good lights. Jimmy dead on with a 0, takes it. Acker breaks out by 1,000th of a second. Jimmy had light, 18-24. Ray Stanton in the far lanes. Could be racing Chrissy Klein. 2 nice looking race cars. And Ray is getting chased. Chrissy Klein goes red. Stanton moves on to round 2. 482 on a 485. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Once again, Junior Street. 5 and 6 for your time trial. Junior Street, 5 and 6 for your time trial. Ron Klein, Mr. Chrissy, is in the Fink lane. Justin McGuff, number 1 car from Ireland, over in the Napa lane. McGuff had the light, gets the win, 2 over with a 14. Both Kleins out of here in round 1. Tommy Stalba in the Fink lane. This could be chasing Jeff Krasinski in the purple dragster eater. Krasinski is on time, and he gets the win. 12 light, dead on. Stalba late and too quick. That does it for the first round of Super. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Those who lost first round in Sportsman, if you want to get in the Consi race, come up to lanes 1 and 2 with $50. And my good friend Elmer is going to take you through bikes and the Consi race.
All right, two-wheelers coming your way right now. It's Christopher Mealy out of Island Dragway taking the left-hand side of the track up against Kevin Twardowski. Say that 10 times fast. 5:14, quick bike up against 5:67. Head start, left lane, half second. Green lights both sides. Wind light coming on right-hand side. 028 on the tree. Double breakout. Breaks out by the lease. Runs a 512 with a 4 on a 514. Mike Vizzo over on the right-hand side out of Team New England. Adam Sharon, Team Lebanon Valley, left side of your track. 562 to a 529 head start to Lebanon Valley by about a third of a second. Once again, two more quick motorcycles. One of them got a great light here. Let's see what happens. At the stripe, 003 gets it done for him, a 574 on a 62. Team Lebanon Valley picks up that point over New England. New England runs 565. Not good enough for the win. David Ferguson up against Jonathan Tinsdale. Tinsdale's been pretty tough. 557 dial in for him over on the right-hand side of the track, the Napa lane. 606 for Ferguson. On the sled, waiting for the snow. And we're green on both sides, separated by 0.02 of a second on the starting line. Tinsdale picks up that win, running a 561 on a 57 to a 611 on a 606. He's a little better on the tree, not quite 200s. Benjamin Fish and Darren Johnston are next pair. Darren's dialed in a 575 on the right-hand side of your track. He's going to have to sit and wait by 0.2 of a second while Benjamin gets the head start. Team Lebanon Valley, Team Canada. Turns it red, a little premature acceleration for Darren. Benjamin Fish picks up the automatic win, goes to the next round. Runs a 594 with the 4 out by 6 thou, but that doesn't matter when the Reds are on in the other lane. Dawson Hosterman and Matt Gazelle. Matt out of Team Lebanon Valley, going to take on Team Numidia Dragway. Head start, left lane, just 2.29 seconds. Almost eternity, especially if you're the one sitting waiting. Happy birthday as they pull into the lanes. All right, they're both green, and they're within 0.06 of a second of each other. Lane 1 gets there first, but runs too quick. Runs a 740 on a 792. Wow, that's holding some. Wow. I'm telling you what, it might have been a downhill run or something. I don't know. Maybe a tailwind hit him. Got another Jeff Tinsdale coming up here. 557, dial in, and too tall over on the right side, Don Hookway. Right lane gets a slight head start. He's like an 8-foot giant on a 4-foot bike. Had to bring it down out of a wheel stand and still picks up the win. He was 002 on the tree, runs a 91 on his 88. Left lane was there, but ran too quick. 554 on a 557. So Too Tall goes to round 2. Say that 10 times fast. Kevin Sutliff, a 549 dial-in, is going to get the head start over Derek Cesare, a 538. Got wheelie bars that stretch back to the burnout area. Lane 1 going, oh my. Somebody has a stellar light. 001 on the tree for Esta Dragway. Picks up the win. A 49 with a 5. That's a 6-pack. I used to have a 6-pack, and now it's a 12-pack. Or a 20-pack or something. Next up, Vanderbilt Boyce Jr. up against Scott McGrath. Scott's out a 6:01. He's going to get a half a second head start, roughly. Almost 0.6 of a second over Boyce. Boyce hunting for the right part of the lane that he really wants. All right, both riders in pre-stage. That means they're supposed to be ready to roll up to the stage beam. It's happening. A drag strip. A drag race breaks out. Left lane picks up the win. Team Maple Grove, 547 on a 543. The other bike was out scenic, driving on the right-hand side, up against the wall looking. Jeff Cesare and Brandon McCombie. Brandon dialed in 590. He'll get the head start on the purple bike up against Jeff's 527. The pony's still anxious out there. Pony picks up the win as Jeff goes red by 2 thou. A 590 dead on with a 5 and an 060 light. Gets it done. Another team point for Esta. Boyd Matthias on the right-hand side. Going to take on Haley Ferrer. A 561. Did I say it right? 561 to a 566. 5/100ths of a second is all that separate these two. Esta and Mason Dixon. Here are the 2 steps. And Boyd picks up the automatic win. He was 029 on the tree as she goes red by 063. He runs a 564 on his 66 at 122 miles an hour and goes on to round number 2. Edward Hughes going to take on Lawrence Curris. Lawrence out of Cecil County Dragway, left-hand side of your track, taking on Team New England on the right. Curry gets the head start by 0.15 of a second. Barely noticeable. If you blink your eyes, you miss it. It's amazing that, like in horse racing, you get little tiny jockeys. But on drag racing on bikes, you get them 400-pounders. That's what the bike weighs. Real close on light. 6,000 separate him. Right lane picks up the win on a double breakout. Had the better light also. Runs a 564 with a 6. Picks up the win. Team New England goes to round 2. Dave Clendence on the right-hand side. Real name is Boyd, but we call him Dave because he didn't like the name Boyd. Left-hand side, Michael Konopacki making his final adjustments. 525, real fast bike. Going to have to try to chase Dave down. I always say trust your bike. Trust your ET. We're green on both sides. One's greener than the other. Dave, 003 on the tree and a 582 dead on with a 0, a 3-pack. That's pretty sweet on a motorcycle. Kevin Allison up against Brian Canoles. Sometimes they say cannoli. Depends on what part of Italy you're from, or West Virginia, whichever the case may be. By the way, he's from West Virginia, where men are men and, well, never mind. 581 to a 647. And we're green on both sides. Brian picks up the win, an 85 on his 81 to a breakout run, 645 on a 640. Got Jacob Hamilton. This is young Jacob. He's only 6'8", weighs 370 pounds. How's that? That bike will not spin. Right-hand side, Levin Curry. 583 dial in. Tell you what, you put a young man on that bike, probably run in the 7s, quarter mile. Boyd takes his hat off down there to watch his partner. All right, real close on the lights. 6,000 separate them. Right lane, better light, and did not run out. Jacob, a little too quick at the stripe by 0.004 of a second breakout. Let's see who we have next. It will be Haley Hamilton. This is Jacob's sister, baby sister. Doesn't look like a baby to me. Curry on the right-hand side down to 605 to Haley's 632. First year on a bike. Right lane, wow, was 001 on the tree and broke out by more. Haley picks up the win. She was a little later on the tree, but only out by 0.002 and picks up the win. This is Dad. This is the father of those two monsters you just saw a little while ago. Down to 598. He gets the head start over the 537 bike of Heather Bammon, it says. Maybe it's Hammond.
Now we're in trouble. Henry's here.
Henry's here, so we're in trouble.
Senior boss arrived.
Gonna give me one?
What's going on, Henry?
Correct. There are no 5 after Consolation.
All right, both bikes good on the tree. And the win light coming on the left-hand side. She was 017 to an 033. Breakout run for Kevin. So both his kids advance. Kevin gets to watch and cheer. Now this is what, round 1? Oh, this is time trials for Junior Street. Next time you see these cars, it will be competition. Ely Bear, left-hand side. And it looks like Julian Logren Cote. Does that sound right? No, time trials. All right. Monster Top Fuel pickup truck, left-hand side. Going to take on that Chevrolet Camaro. top Sportsman car. Well, that's the dream. When you start racing, you got to set your goals high.
That would be my guess.
Yeah, me, your guess. Just knock first. I didn't have a sock to put on the door, so you don't know what he's doing.
Right side there first, 931 to a 1234. Now that will get evened up during eliminations.
Doing it right now.
We're going to give you the point standings here as our secretaries get them run off. Right now, Aubrey Lawrence and Alan Cord Jr., Team Maple Grove on the right, Team South Mountain on the left. Green lights for both riders, drivers, whatever. How do you run Junior Street on a motorcycle? That would be interesting to see the parent on there with him. 984 to an 890. A little bit quick over on the right-hand side. Going to have to add one of the Hamiltons in there to slow that down. Up next is Gavin St. John, or Gene, I guess it's John. And Maddox, well, you help me on this one. I'll mess that up and it'll sound like I'm cussing. A little bit early on the left side, 019 red. But this is a time trial, 996 to a 1031. We do a little bit of prep before first round of Consi race. Going to sweep out there, get all the gnats off the track. Putting the glue strip down right now. You know, we put, right where we park our sprayer and everything, we got bluebirds at the track. One of them come down to get an insect and never made it back off. I tell you, that stuff is sticky. I think everybody bought back. They still want to race. Consi race for the Sportsman cars get ready to happen. We're prepping the track so that they can get a good grip. I miss seeing Wayne on the tractor. Nice thing when he's on the tractor, he's not up here. Oh. He's trying to get me to points so I can read you the point standings after completion of round one. It's a semi-official reading that's getting ready to happen here. Oh, it's handwritten. Oh, God.
Here, you could do that one.
No, never mind. All right. First place tied Mason-Dixon Dragway and Numidia Dragway with 23 points. Followed by Esta at 21. Then another tie, Maple Grove and Lebanon Valley at 18. Followed by New England Dragway at 17. Followed by another tie, Cecil County and Island Dragway at 11. Team Canada, you're doing good. We still got faith. 9 right now. But that can change next round. They all stay in, it becomes 18. So anyhow, that's where we stand right now. Oh, South Mountain 7. Sorry about that. I didn't want to embarrass them. All right, you're going to see the first round runner-ups getting ready to come around the corner. Their wind light, for some reason, didn't come on. They think it was burnt out, so they're going to get another shot at it in the consolation race. And you know what? If you have buybacks at your track, about better than 30% of the time, the buyback ends up in the winner's circle because they don't repeat the same mistakes they made in round one, or at least they think they didn't. Drag racing, pretty tough sport. Flip that quarter 7 or 8 times, and it has to be accurately won. I think they want them loaded up. That means helmet on, seatbelt fastened, and ready to come around the corner. Pro Consolation to 3 and 4. Pro Car Consolation cars can make their way into lanes 3 and 4. All right, I think this might be the final drag. I'm not positive, but I see him smiling, which means he's going to get to take a coffee cookie break here shortly. I would tell you we're all starving up here, but there's so much food up here.
We need some good Italian food up here.
Yeah, so if you have any Italian food,
Sausage, peppers, meatballs.
we got kielbasa and hot peppers down at our track. No? Oh. Now he's changing his mind. That's not hard to do when you're only this 5 feet off the ground.
He's picking on those short guys.
Oh, he's got a putter.
Oh, a golf club. Okay.
Huh?
Change that. It's a golf club.
Oh, a golf club. All right. Round number 1 of the consolation race. As you can see, Team Canada over on the right-hand side getting a second shot at that Christmas tree of the day. Going to take on Team Island Dragway. No points here, just bragging rights and a chance to win some money. The wife said, get out there. I don't want to eat at McDonald's tonight. I want to eat somewhere nice, like Wendy's. Hey, Meester. Anyhow. All right. We're green. I don't know whether that Camaro can catch him. Did not. Wow. Stayed out in front the whole length. Runs at 8:30 on at 8:25. And Jeffrey gets to go to round 2 of the consolation race. Got that man mop out there. And a second pair in the consolation race of Sportsman getting ready to happen as the El Camino on the right-hand side. Dialed in a 737 up against his 820 competitor. Nice little pickup truck. It's not little. It's the same size as what it was in round 1. Didn't get any smaller. Just got smarter. Gets a head start at 83/100ths of a second. 8/10ths. 300ths. Both of them turn it green. They've learned a lesson. One of them with a pretty nice light. And that pretty nice light, 013, picks up the win at 7:39 on a 37. Big smile on the face as he goes through there. That's Nicholas Beeler. He's happy. Gets to go to round 2. David Murrin and Nicole Alberts. Adams, Albert Adams. She's got two last names. 847 to 806. Right lane, slight head start. I think this is so close I can't call it. 1/1000 separate them on the starting line. Left lane there, Murrin, good for the win. 806 on an 806. Ryan Iger and Steve English. I knew his cousin, Steve Spanish. 785 for Steve, 741 for Ryan. Ryan, a nice Plymouth Barracuda. Wow. 2,000 separate them on the starting line. This is anybody's race. Left lane, 2,000's slower, but the right lane ran out. An 83 with a 7 on an 85. Couldn't get it done that way. John McLaughlin and Joseph Marina the third. Both are green. 1/100 separate them on the starting line. And the win light coming on for John McLaughlin. An 823, dead on with a 7. Good for the win. The Dragon Wagon from Team Maple Grove, left-hand side. Don't have a name on this for some reason. Up against Richard. Richard's down in a 741. There's only 2/100ths of a second between these two cars. Watch this wagon leave. Little bit of a wheel stand and red by 1/1000th of a second. Wind light coming on automatically for Richard in right-hand lane. Runs a 739 on a 741. Another wagon coming up. That's Dave Harvey Jr. up against Timothy Patterson. Patterson's down in at 838 to a 782 for David. This is the second wagon in a row. I don't even think they make station wagons anymore because they don't have drive-in theaters to haul the kids to. Good lights, both drivers. Left lane picking up the win. Harvey was a little bit better with an 048. Runs a 786 on a 782, getting the job done, going to round number 2 of the Consolation race. Megan Whiteman and Brian Lynn. Brian in a street drag car. Down in at 876. Or 70, sorry. And goes red, premature acceleration. 013 red, turns the wind light on. All right, I need cars for, you want them now called? Super Consolation cars to lanes 5 and 6. Super Consolation race cars to lanes 5 and 6. John Alcott and Dave Tubman. Real close. 700 separate these two. One of them got more wind drag than the other, but can cross the river in high water. Both are green. One's real green. Wind light coming on. Maple Grove. John Alcott on a double breakout. 756 with a 2 on a 758 to 765. Broke out by more. Jimbo Ragnana and Nicholas Maynard. Now, I predict the black Chevrolet will get there first. Somebody told me one will get there second. Let's see who's right. Didn't matter. Right lane picks up the win. Left lane goes red by 0.23. And a 7:51 on a 7:50. Good for the win for Jimbo. I think that probably concludes round one of the consolation race for the Sportsman cars. Next cars you see on the track are the ones that the wind light didn't come on for the pro category. I think they were thinking that maybe their light was burnt out. But they're going to get a second chance at it right now. And if you're not with us physically, we really have a beautiful day here at Lebanon Valley Dragway. We don't have any of those bugs that they have down south. Those lantern flies or lantern bugs. It's too cold up here, and I think the road was too rough, shaking them off as the trailers came up this way. None of them were transported here. Track's perfectly good, though. Let me tell you, they did a great job on the track prep. Yeah, the fish I caught the first day I was here, I've had 3 mosquitoes bigger than that carry it off. One of them bit me, and I tell you, it looked like I had Popeye arms there. Like 2 of them landed at the drag strip, and people tried to put gasoline in them. They thought they were miniature airplanes landing. All right, I hear the roar, mighty roar, I might add, of the pro driver cars coming around the corner as they magically appear. Boy, that thing can dance. Let me see you do some break dancing. Look at that. Team South Mountain dialed in at 769. That's Dave Campbell up against Mike LaRose. Numidia Dragway. Nice hot rod there, too. Low to the ground Mopar. Little 289 motor in lane 1, but it says a 5.0. I don't believe that's a 289. 302 is a 289, or a 5.0, I mean. Well, somebody has a light that they wish they would have had in round 1. 008 picks up the win, and Michael LaRose, right-hand side, runs a 541 on a 540. I bet he wished he had that light in round 1. Chris Croteau and Phil Latero. I don't even want to pronounce that one. Laterola. 573 is going to sit and wait as the left lane gets 1.3 second head start. He'll be able to trim his nails and stuff and everything before he has to leave the starting line. All right, time to try to catch him. Wow. Caught him, but ran too quick. 572 on a 573, out by 4 thousandths. Picking up the win, Chris. Left-hand lane, 707 on a 706. Brad Taylor up against Grant Nichols. Now, I predict a white car will get there first, or a white vehicle, maybe not a car. At the stripe, right-hand side, Grant Nichols gets a shot at it, doing it again. Hey, that's a two-headed horse. I know that feeling. Next up, Scott Bishaw and Norbert Viverios. Viverios. Red light start for Norbert. Scott's win light coming on, going to round 2 of the consolation race. George Fisher and Lisa Green, Lucifer. Lucer. How's that? 696 dial in on the right hand side, a 631 for the Camaro. What are both Camaros? One of them left today, one of them left yesterday, and the one that left yesterday picks up the win. He was a 232 light, and I tell you what, I'd rather be lucky than good. That was a lucky race, but the win light came on. He's happy. All right, it says John Moore. I know him as Mike Moore. Left hand side, Team Mason Dixon down to 690. Paul Loretti, a 642. Lane 1. Mopar gets the head start. Looking for a win light, left-hand lane. Moore picks up the win on a double breakout. Nice little Pinto from Team Canada down in something. We'll get it as soon as my screen comes up. Hola. There it is. Jean-Guy Renaud. Down to 640. Robert Dunlap, 644. 400s head start. All right, Kelly Fleming. On her other truck, it's called the Hot Mess Express. She's coming up against Paul Scribani. Paul's down to 568. Kelly, 665. Kelly with the better light, 011 on the tree, a 665. Dead on with a 2, a 12-pack, picks up the win. Terry Lee from Esta Dragway down to 609. He's taking the right-hand lane. On the left side is Mike Bryson, 642. Gets a slight head start in the pickup truck. Win light coming on for Terry Lee, 609, dead on with a 1, a 15-pack, and that got that done. Like I say, I bet he wishes that was round number 1 in the real race. Matthew Smith taking on David Harvey. David picks up the win because Matthew was 006 on the tree but ran out. Ran a 770 on a 773. Our next pair is DJ Clark and Kevin Core. Kevin in the Mopar right-hand side. Going to get the head start. Not by much. Quarter of a second, roughly. DJ says, I'll see your taillights for a short period of time. Then I'll see your front wheel.
What was that team yesterday? That the guy waiting for the Team Canada car? Remember?
I thought that was the little red pickup truck that had the perfect run.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That was him. Ketterer. Does it sound right? Ketterer?
No, Ketter. I don't think it was Ketter. It could be.
Kyle Rice and Eddie Tice. Say that. Rice and Tice. That sounds like some kind of food you might be eating. About a 650 left-hand lane, quicker car to a 715 on the right side on the Monte Carlo. Nova versus Carlo. Oh, no. We got smoke. Dead on with a 2, though. The car's working. No mosquitoes in lane 1. Nathan Mendenhall with his crew out there, his commercial photographer, up against Richard Wendler. Now, Richard has the green car. If you can't see the green car, it's over on the right lane. Right lane gets a slight head start. One of these drivers 001 on the tree and can't convert that to a win. Wow. Mendenhall was 001 but couldn't run the number. Right lane picks up the win, goes to round 2. Jason Forcarino and David Parker getting ready to do battle. 686 to a 607. Doesn't matter. First to the finish line, going to be the winner. Green, green, really green. The 048 light picks up the win for Parker. Runs a 614 on a 607. Not such a stellar light in lane 1. And that's the reason. Could run the number, but didn't have the light. Daniel Cassie and William Bergden, our next pair. Lebanon Valley right-hand side. Team New England on the left-hand side. A 677 to a 669. Or a 569. 1.08 second head start. Red light start in lane 1, turns the wind light on for Bergden. A 674 on a 677. Makes him happy, picks up the win, and chance to go to round number 2. Another red light, 008 red. Boy, they're really trying. James Young turns it red. Keith White picks up the win with the 674. Beautiful Chevrolet here in lane 1. Another 1970 Chevelle. Got a 548 cubic inch Chevrolet. Big motor. 460 Chevy for Rich Scola. What a wheel stand. Rich Scola picks up the win. He was like 0, 0, 0 on the tree.
5 and 6, super consolation race.
Super consolation race in lanes 5 and 6. Drivers, saddle up. You'll be coming out very, very shortly. All right, 594 to a 596, and same between the dial-ins as reaction times. 060 to 064, and a 594 with a 1 gets it done for Mike Olson, left-hand lane. That makes Mike happy. Not sure about Frank Falcone and David Trout. I tried trout fishing, but I didn't catch any. So Frank's going trout fishing right now. Yeah. Yep, broke the line. 027 red. Trout picks up the win. Runs a 736 on a 33. All right. Motorcycle Consolation to lane 7 and 8. Motorcycle Consolation race to lane 7 and 8. Brian Lynn down to 574. He's up against Joe Diedrich with a 554. 0.2 of a second head start for the Camaro in the left-hand lane. Repeats his 60-foot of the last time. And once again, a double breakout as Diedrich picks up the win, breaks out by the least. Runs a 553 with an 8 on a 554 out by 2000s. This is your bi-car in pro for the consolation race. Donald LaRusso. Down to 676. Let's see what he does. See if he runs it out. Looks like he did. 678. He was 006 on the tree, by the way. All right, next coming out is our supercars. These are the ones with all the bells and whistles and electronics, and still their win light didn't come on. So they're going to take a second shot at it right now.
You probably haven't found it yet. It is 12ED. It's a LeBaron 12ED.
Daniel Gelanis and Jacob Narr. Team Maple Grove on the right. Team New England in the Porsche on the left. Porsche Rollet. See the USA in your Porsche Rollet. 944 Porsche. You believe that? Wow. Looks like a Saturn to me. 502 to a 612. Second shot. Somebody hit the tree really well and picks up the win. 008 on the tree for the Porsche. Daniel picks up the win. Dead on with a 4. A 12-pack. AJ Cowing up against Eugene Nichols. AJ going to get the head start by 1.14 seconds. Bumping ever so cautiously into the stage beam. Green and green. Right side, 010 light, 495, dead on with an 8 to a breakout run in lane 1, a 607 with a 6 on a 609. Sean Barrett, left-hand side, up against David Miller, the battle of the pickups. A long wheelbase S10, which is probably S15. That's a S10 and a half. And Sean, I bet, wished he had that light in round 1. And picks up the win. 005 on the tree, 660 on a 658. To a 641, dead on with a 5. Difference was reaction time. David Boken. George Foster. I'll get it right. I keep saying Forrester, but it's Foster. A 563 to a 510. Not a lot of difference there, half a second. How they say it, who be the winner? Well, we don't know yet. We still don't know. I'm guessing, and I was wrong. Left lane didn't have the better light, but was dead on with the, well, closer to the number. And 017, Will Withrop and Harley Parson down in a 666. I bet she didn't go to church this morning. Harley gets the head start, saying, I think I can do it. She might be schooled. We're going to find out here. Left lane, better reaction time. Runs a 33 on the 30 for Will. Picks up the win. Goes to round 2 of the consolation race. Albert Ferrari. His other car is a Pinto. No. Driving a little Vega in lane 1 with a name like Ferrari. You would think it'd be a Lambo or something. Richie Williams, right-hand side, Team South Mountain. 493 down. Nice wheel stand. Really a great light. And that turns into a win for Albert at the big end of the track. A 22 on a 14, but he was 012 on the tree. I'm hearing a blower car again. This is Caleb Klein in the Dodge pickup truck going up against Dale Schaefer. Dale a little quicker, a 543. Caleb goes red by 005, turns the wind light on for Schaefer. Schaefer eases out of it and runs a 60 on a 43, not to show his hand. I would have thought I would run it out, make sure that I had a good number for round 2. Lowry McGowan Jr. up against Jamie Dimon. These are two pretty good racers, and they're going to have to show off now in consolation race. Real quick, 447 downwind to Lowry's 491. Well, one has a better light by twice. Jamie Dimon, 016 on the tree to 032 for Lowry. Runs a 448 on a 447. Good enough for the win and good enough to go to round 2 in the consolation race. Now we have Melissa Wilson and the Gentle Giant Georgie Hoff. $6.93 to $4.93. A 2-second head start. It's going to seem like 2 months. Melissa says I can handle it. It's a unique Mopar motor in that car. Anybody's race. Melissa gets it done with an 020 light, a 493 dead on with a 5, 25 pack. Not the best, but certainly better than an 033. Jen Murray and Jeff Alabot. Really a pretty nice pick-em-up truck. I don't know where he's going to put the beer because it looks like he closed the bed in. Well, one of these drivers hit the tree very well, and that would be Jen, 007, double breakout, 491 on a 493 to a 657 on a 660, out by 300s. Chris Camplone, and David Henry. There another person has 2 first names. A 478 to a 506 head start going to the dragster in the right-hand lane. The Midnight Express got to sit there and wait a little bit. Count the 2800s on his fingers. It's hard to do. Better light, right lane, 017 light, 507 with the 4 on a 506 to a breakout run. 477 with a 9 out by 1 thou. Brian Mursky going to take on Paul Fitzgerald. Mursky in the S&W chassis car. Big block Chevrolet. Out of Flanders, New Jersey. Or as they say it in my area of the woods, New Jersey. Paul Fitzgerald, right side of the track. Out of Salem, New Hampshire. Nice wheel stand. Green lights. Better light in the left-hand lane, an 018 and a 484 on a 482. Helps Brian see round number 2 of the consolation race. Mark Beaton and John Dembrowski. A 5:15 to a 4:77 head start to the purple dragster. All right, their green light's not great, but green. Left lane a little better. 026 light runs a 477 with the 7. That's a 33 pack. Not perfect, but much better than right lane. Mark Gotting and Braden Acker are our next pair. Braden's down to 576 to a 598 for Mark. Pair of door cars. 2,200 separate them on the starting line for their performance level, I should say. Both of them are green. 005 light for Brett. Braden runs a 77 on a 76. Way out in front, doing a good job. Ray Thurston, this is Daddy Ray. Ray the third, Mom looking on there, saying, "Come on, hubby." Steve Gregor.
Race of champions. Ladder up, back to stage, and put them up 5 and 6, please. Or not race of champions, junior, whatever. Street race of champions.
All right. Junior street cars to the back of the lanes to get laddered up. Junior street cars to the back of the lanes to get laddered up. Green. Wow. Great light. Thurston was 003 on the tree, but breaks out by 0.02 of a second. Steve picks up the win with the 593, dead on with a 1. Goes to round 2 of the consolation race.
You want to announce Team Canada got the Team Spirit Award for multiple being there for Race of Champions and well
All right.
decorated. You know how to
In the bleachers. A. Who says A? Come on. What team says A? Yes. Congratulations. The championship goes to Team Canada. Team Spirit Award.
Nice balloons.
Got a nice set of balloons out there. Winlight, left-hand lane for Chrissy Klein, a 471 on a 60. Did not have the better light, but had the better run. Anyhow, congratulations for Team Spirit Award to Team Oak Canada. Great job. Plus, they got some nice cars, too.
I'm going to record the first round. This is the first round?
Yes, yeah, that'd be the first round.
I'm trying to get all of these guys since they're 6 out of 16.
Beautiful dragster over on the right-hand side of Ron Klein's. Down to 461 up against the 499 for the door car. We had a couple of door cars this weekend in the 4s. One of them ran to 460s. All right, door car picking up the automatic win. 034 on the tree and a 501 on a 499 to a red light run. 006 for Ron Klein. Runs a 57 on a 61. All right, number 55 MD, Mason Dixon driver. Number 55 MD, you'll have the bye run if there is one. You come to lane 7. Sportsman cars for round number 2. I need you to lanes 1 and 2. Yes, round number 2 of the bracket finals race. Sportsman cars to lanes 1 and 2. Car number 55 MD to lane 7. Byron, if there is one. Lawrence Curry and Kevin Hamilton, our next pair, on the bike Consolation race. A 579 to a 597. So if you're dyslexic, you could announce those numbers very well. Right lane leads by 1800s. Turns it red by 2000s. Both of them were red by 2000s. Wow. Left lane picks up the win, a 77 on a 79. Next pair of bikes, and that would be 2 of them, by the way, in case you didn't know. Right lane down a 639. Left lane a 560. Haley Fair. And I'm not sure, but was she the winner last night? Jacob picking up the win. Runs a 39 on the 39, dead on with a 6. And better on the tree by 200s. Christopher Mealy and La Cosa Curie, right hand side. 599 to a 564. And I was sure that. How do you know you're ready? All right, they put me on a time delay that time, but right-hand lane picked up the win. Going to go to the second round of the Consolation race. Are we done, bikes?
Yes.
All right, next thing you see happening is going to be round number 1 of Junior Street. Now, what does that mean? That means if you're 13 years old or older before you get your valid state driver's license, you and a parent or a guardian can be in a tagged, licensed, and insured vehicle and compete in the 8th mile not quicker than 9 seconds. So it gives you an opportunity to find out if you like drag racing without the $10,000 to $16,000 expense of delving into a junior dragster, trailer, tools, spare parts, etc. You can take mom or dad's Ferrari. Well, I guess not a Ferrari. Be too quick. But anyhow, their SUV, the pickup truck, their Escort, their Prius, yeah. Their Volkswagen, doesn't matter. And compete in the 8th mile against other junior street drivers. Ages 13 to you get your state driver's license. At which time, if you like it, you'll probably want to be in a race car to start with. All right, we got 3 pairs of junior streets to contest right now. Let me tell you, this has to be a highlight of some of these cars, if you really think about it, to run in front of this many people, this many peers, drag racing peers, and especially if you win this event. When you go to school Monday morning, you're going to be able to say, hey, I won a divisional event at Lebanon Valley Dragway. Drag racing against other kids from all over the state, plural, states. Junior Street, load up. We're ready for you. Bring them around the corner. Last call for alcohol, racing fuel. So the racing fuel trailer is getting ready to close. Please check your fuel jugs if you need fuel. Get her done. Julian Logred Carte. Maybe I said that right, maybe not. From Lebanon Valley, up against Gavin St. John. From New England. A 936 to a 997, and it's all over but the crying on a double red light. Worst red light, right lane. 009 red for Julian. Picks up the win, goes to round number 2.
1 and 2 Sportsman, load up, please.
Drivers in 1 and 2, load up, saddle up, get your helmets on, seatbelts fastened. You're coming out next. All right, Ely Bear and Maddox Futurola. Anyhow, out of Oxford, New Jersey, it says. Island Dragway. Team Mason-Dixon on the left on a 12:31 to a 10:35 for the SUV. Give and chase. Both drivers are green. Win light coming on for Maddox. Who's better light. And an 86 on a 35 to an 83 on a 31. Your last pair from Team Maple Grove, Team South Mountain. We've got Alan Cord Jr., left side of your track, Team Maple Grove, and Aubrey Lawrence out of Team South Mountain. Dial-ins 990, 9 flat for the Mopar. This is about 65, 63. Wow.
I killed to drive that car.
That's a nice car. And we are green and fairly good lights for both drivers, seeing how this is their first year doing this. Win light coming on, left-hand lane, Team Maple Grove. A breakout, 893 to a 980 breakout, breaks out by the least. Hey, a big hand of applause for the gentleman walking out there right now. That's our division director, Mark Dawson. Mike, listen to me. Thank you for doing a good job. We're glad to have you in the division. It's great to have somebody you can talk to and understands your problems and helps you solve them. So
We have a brief amount of cleanup. Thank you to Elmer Wachter. Gave me a break there. Yeah, everybody knows me, knows I like to talk, but I've never really talked as much as I have over the past 3 days. When this is all over, I'll be headed home for a nap and a martini. Not necessarily in that order. We have round 2 of the big show, Sportsman. Ready to go as soon as we're done with a little bit of track cleanup here. Congratulations to Team Canada for getting the Team Spirit Award. You guys certainly deserved it. Once again, leading us off, Charles Augustine, Team New Media. Small block dart. We'll be chasing Scott Embley's Chevy Blazer, Team Maple Grove. Two good lights. Anybody's race at the top. And Embley takes it in a double breakout. He's under, they're both under by 3. It actually goes out to the 100,000s to determine the double breakout. But the Chevy did manage to get that done. Next up, Jeff Filer and Howard Roberts, a pair of dusters. New Media and Esta. Filer, redder than Roberts. Both cars left too soon, but the red Est gets the red light. That was Filer, Howard Roberts. 002 red, and a 100th breakout to boot. Coming up in the Fink Lane, Frank Ware from Esta Dragway in the Mustang. He'll be chasing Dave Harvey in the Plymouth Duster.
So Hoosier changed their compounds for a lot of the dirt tires, and they're not wearing out near as fast.
Dave Harvey has the light and the win. 4 over with the 003. Frank Ware is forced into a breakout with the 36 light. Point for Island Dragway. So here's I think the cutest car in eliminations. Justin Kirkham, the little Mustang 2 with the opera roof. He will be getting the head start. John Dixon from Maple Grove is chasing him.
3 and 4. Bracket final main race. 3 and 4.
Yep.
They all three had to be the same size. So on that rotator, that means they gotta be 16 inch, yeah.
Dixon has the light and an easy win. 3 over with an 18. Puts the Mustang on the trailer. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro Eliminator. 3 and 4, please. John Kalaga, the Cougar. You have the bye if there is one, so please go up lane 7. Next pair, Billy Kirpins. From Lebanon Valley in the truck, Mark Ketterer from Maple Grove in the Dodge Aspen. Ketterer with the light and the win, 1 over with the 24. Kirpins 2 over, but he had a 53 light.
Coming into 3 and 4 of the main race. And the bye is 36cc.
All right, well, if you like Smiths, you're going to like this race. We're going to have a Smith winner. Susan Smith in the black car, Robert Smith in the copper car. Different parts of the country. So I think they're just Smiths in name only. Sue Smith has the light and the win, 1 over with the 29. Robert dead on with a 0, but a 49 light, loses by 4 thousandths of a second. Mopar is Tyler Bennett from Cecil. Chevy is Todd Lipke from Esta. The lights are close. Tyler has the light, goes 1 over for the win. Todd Lipke breaks out by 4.
I guess my request for sausage and peppers and meatball sandwiches didn't go through. Oh well. I tried like hell.
We should have just grabbed some of that island food.
You can't put. I said, Rich, you can't put me with sandwiches for 4 days again. He did.
What? We should have grabbed the island's food last time.
Dave McLosco, 73 Javelin, the only AMC car. Will try to hold off Dave Myers' early Camaro. Myers has the light and the win, 1 over with the 10. Leaves Michelosco no place to go. Michelosco dead on with the 2, but the light was a 55, and that killed him. Butch Weinrich, tough customer, going to be chasing down Wesley Lewis, Maple Grove, and Mason Dixon. Weinrich didn't have the light. He breaks out. Actually, both of them do. Wesley breaks out by less. Gets the point for Mason Dixon. Ed Beadler in the Mustang, Mitch Speart in the other Mustang. Mitch getting the head start. He goes red. Beadler, the free ride. 736 dial, he goes 735. Both of them go one quick. All right, next up we got the Chevrolet Lavender of Nancy DeSpirito. She will leave first. Dave Toms will follow. Nancy was late. Dave was early, and it's good to be Nancy. She's going on to round 3. 868 on an 870 dial. Next pair, Gary Yeager in the Camaro is going to be chasing Greg LeBlanc in the Chevelle. No, he won't. He goes red. LeBlanc, 21 light. 793 on a 786 dial for the win. Point for New England. We have a neat pair coming up. Ford versus Olds. Over in the Napa Lane, Lebanon Valley's Joe Koss up against Al Noble. In the Mustang, look at the dial-ins. They are the same. Breakout rules in effect, but a heads-up start here. Two good lights, the edge to the Oldsmobile, but he can't run the number, and Noble goes dead on with a 5 for the win. Robert Baker, 67 Mustang Fastback's going to try to run down Jeff Hannon's Olds. Hannon goes red. Baker late and slow and wins. The Mustang, a point for New England, coming back for round 3. Next pair, Lebanon Valley's Russ Wilbur in the station wagon, getting the head start over Paul Costley's Monte Carlo. Two good lights, but Costley has the better light. And in a double breakout, he breaks out by 100 less than Russ Wilbur. Chevelle versus Nova. Tony Bonanno, Mason Dixon, AJ Meyer, Esta. Meyer breaks out by 7th thou. Bonanno didn't have the light, but he goes one over for the win. Steve Long and the Mustangs going to get chased by the wheel-standing Camaro of Pete Bushnell, track champ here at Lebanon Valley. The lights are even. Bushnell can't run the number. Steve Long knocks him out. Margin of victory very close, 4 thousandths of a second. Bob McAllister in Malibu in an almost heads-up race with Keith Warner. That 67 Ranchero from Mason Dixon. Warner with a big hole shot, but he breaks out by 2 thou. McAllister 3 over gets the win. Andrew Bacuto in the Firebird. Nell Bielot Sr., 63 olds. Bielot didn't have the light, but in a double breakout, he's under by 2 thou, gets the win over Bacuto. He was 4 under. Mike Fornwall taking on Sean Nichols. Nichols with the edge. He can't run the number. Fornwald sneaks around him, dead on. Margin victory 4/10,000ths of a second. Rob Reiner Jr., Maple Grove, getting the head start over Cecil's Bob Bates. They're both green. Bates in a double breakout, under by 5 thou. Reinert under by a couple of hundreds. Point for Cecil. Anthony Johnson, the big Mercury Marauder for Lebanon Valley. Giving up a quarter of a second to Al Meyer in the Camaro. Johnson goes red, Al Meyer. 6 flat on a 599 for the win. Point for Esta. Michael Franek in the dart. Joe Clark in the Nova. Nova getting the head start. Oh boy. Clark goes red by 1,000th of a second. Franek, 200 with the 25 light, gets the win. Point for Island. Next pair, Wayne Seavey in the Vega for New England. Hannah Bogus, Lebanon Valley. Both lights are bad, but they're close, and Hannah Bogus gets in double breakout. She's under by 3 thou. CV under by 7 thou. Good race here. Kelly Klein, the Mopar. Rob Zetterberg in the Monte Carlo. The Monty with the light, the Monty with the win. 2 over and 23 puts Callie Klein on the trailer. Jason Hemingway, racing Foresta, will be chasing Dave Harvey Jr. from Island Dragway. Dave Harvey with the light in the wind, 2 over with an 18. Puts out a 1 over with a 30 floor by 2 thousandths of a second. Whole shot win for Dave Harvey. Gino Picozzi is going to be chasing James Bodner, New England, and Mason Dixon. Gino goes Redo, Bodmer 008, 1 over for the win. Mike Block in the Mustang. Going to try to hold off Bob Gagne. That's 69 Firebird. What a clean piece that is. Block with the light. Button a double breakout. He's under by 4. Gagne under by 2. And Block is out of here. Frank Ware in the Camaro. Try to hold off Denny McCloskey in the wheel standing Trans Am. Burt Reynolds would love this car. Northrop has the light and the win, 2 over with a 007. Ratskovich breaks out by 4 thou. Paul Werner getting 9/10 head start over Chris Gagne. They're both green. Werner had the light, but he breaks out. Gagne 1 over with 39, moves on. Yep. All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super back to 1 and 2. Super to 1 and 2. Carmen Morgano. Please go up lane 7. You get the bye if there is one. Kevin Mendenhall and Paul Stalba going at it. The Nova has the light and the win. One over with a 30. Stalba a little late and breaks out by a couple. Christiana Hubbard in the Mustang. Second and quarter head start over Clayton Garber in the Buick. One good light, one great light. Yep, great light takes it. 009, 3 over. Christiana breaks out by 3. Close race here. Fred Johns in the Vega. Tom Scrifignano in the pickup truck. That was pretty easy. Tom had him by 5 in lights. Goes 2 over for the win. Fred Johns breaks out by 3. Dave Hubbard in the Camaro. Leaving first. Kyle Gockley in the pickup truck giving chase. Gockley goes red. Hubbard 613 on a 15 for the win. Seems pretty quick out there. Dan Hanley in the Olds. Lebanon Valley's Dan McIntosh in the Camaro. Red light for Hanley. McIntosh 602 on an 03. Gets the nod, moves on. Joe Grasso. Lebanon Valley, Fred Clark, Team New England. Grasso leaving first. Fred Clark treated him, drove around him dead on with the 4. Grasso breaks out by a thou. Jorge Correa in the Beamer racing for Team Canada is going to be chasing New England's Jason Mazzata. Mazzata had the light. Goes dead on with the 7. No place for the Beamer to go except home. Mike Riley in the Malibu. Mike LaRose in the Vega. Riley had that perfect run in the first round. I kind of figured he goes red. LaRose, Team New Media gets the win. Dead on with the 3. Matt Consiglio leaving first. Ken Hankins second. Hankins red lights. Consiglio, though, had a 001. He goes 670 on the 72. Next up, Trish Witt in the Dart. Joe Valencia in the Duster. Trish nailed the tree. Gets the win, 1 over with a 005. Point for Cecil County. Bob Smith, South Mountain. Joe Girardi, Team Esta. Joe Girardi in the Camaro. Goes red, Bob Smith. 17 light, dead on with the 5. Moves on. We finally reached the last pair. I know that. Because the Cougar was going to get the bye run. John Calaga, instead he gets Joe Rodriguez. Oh boy, Rodriguez is a day late. The Cougar, 20 light, 5 over. Takes a very comfortable margin, moves into round 3. And Super Eliminator coming up next. Bill Blaker in the Monty, getting the head start over Randy Hodges, Team Canada. Oh my goodness, Blaker was dead late. Hodges red lights and gives him a gift. Blaker 6-17 with an 8 on an 18, point for Lebanon. Next up, Andy Purcell and this amazing Willis, giving up a second to Charlene Lepp in the Mustang. And a double foul. Charlene leaves 3 thou more red than Andy Purcell. He goes 1 over, 003 to the negative, but gets the win. Dave Sislick over in the Napa lane will try to take out Anthony Zagarelli in the Corvette Top Sportsman style car. Zagarelli goes red. Sislick 009 green and 2 over for the win. Good pair right here. Rob Hyatt, Team Canada in the dragster. We'll try to drive him around. Nell Belod Jr., Team New England, in the Band-Aid mobile. Hyatt goes red by 1 thou. Nell Belot was a bit late. Doesn't matter. He goes dead on with the 1 for the win. Point New England. Doug Dahl racing for South Mountain is going to pursue Andrew Dolan in the flamed Malibu. Two killer lights. Doug Dahl 1 over with the 006 for the win. Dolan breaks out by 6 thou with the 003. Connor Hebig in the dragster. He's going to be chasing Iggy Falcone in the GTO. Hebig, 002 light, but can't run the number. Falcone, 24 light, dead on with a 0. Gets the win by 0.06 of a second. We notice a drone. Please do not fly the drone over the racetrack. You need to get that drone out of there. Another pair of great lights, Mike Thomas and Jason Amy. Jason Amy gets the win dead on with the 6 with the 006 light, a 12-pack. Mike Thomas 2 over. Oh, check this out, Lynn Bowie. Purdy car from Mason Dixon up against Ken LeBlanc from New England Dragway. Two more great lights. LeBlanc 004 and 1 over gets the win by 0.03 of a second. The hits keep coming. Keith Lozier and Randy Krause, almost a heads-up race. 400 separate them. Lights are close. Lozier has better light, goes dead on with the 9 for the win. Krause 1 over. Next up, Dana Beauchamp in the dragster up against James Carty in the Chevy Cavalier. Oh boy. Dana 006 and 2 over. Carty an 11 and 2 over. Margin victory. All of 0.03 of a second. About 6 inches would be the margin on that one. Harry Olson in the Mustang will try to fend off Jason Wilson in the dragster. Jason Wilson, 1 over with 36, beats Harry. Harry had a 004 but breaks out by 1. But Cam Murray had 005 and broke out by 3 thou. Mike Rogers was late. Goes dead on with the 5 for the win. Next up, Justin McGuff. In the nap lane, Dick Coppertino in the Fink lane. McGuff had the light, but he broke out. Coppertino dead on with the 2, moves on to round 3. Point for New Media. Mike Mackey, the other Dodge Daytona, getting almost 2 seconds head start over Rick Turkowski in the Dragster. Turkowski with the light and the win. 002 and 1 over beats a 27 when 1 over. Well, we're going to have a Nova winner here. Rick Turkowski? No, that was who just. Kyle Core. In the nap lane, and Danny Bell in the Fink lane. Team Canada. Kyle Core with the light. Goes 4 over for the win. Danny close to the dial, but later, whole shot win for Kyle Core. Heather Boyko and Steve Whitman, almost a heads-up race here. Heather left way too early. Whitman dead on with the 5 for the win. All right, bikes and sleds, if you are not in the lanes yet, you should be. Gene Stankovitz getting the head start over Brian Recolaitis. Eugene 004 light, 1 over. Takes out Recolaitis. He was on the dial, but he had 22 light and loses by 7 thousandths of a second. Next run, David Hebbick versus the Batmobile of Brian Hansberry.
Bill, we're looking for the bikes. Anybody's missing the Yeah, good seeing you, Danny.
Lights are even. Hebig gets it 1 over to a 3 over. Lights were 10 to a 14. It's Hey, attention in the pits. Whoever is flying the drone, and we know you're right down in the pits, you need to take the thing down, keep it down, or we're going to have to stop racing. That drone has to disappear, not go up higher, go up lower, and stay on the ground. DeChaco trees Dukin and gets the win dead on with a 6 to a 3 over. Next pair, Carol Bell in the dragsters could be chasing John Selvering's Blue Nova.
It's over there somewhere.
They're probably down on the corner over there by the circle track going down.
Tooth out apart on the line, and Selvering dead on with a 2. Carol was 1 over. Selvering gave her nowhere to go, and he moves on to round 3. We're in for a show. There's Andy Bracuto.
Well, Kurt, unless his gloves are flesh color and his neck collar is Bluetooth, he didn't have it on.
Up against Doug Fellenbaum.
She got the move, and then all of a sudden she leaves. It's saying red by a ton. She
This time, Bercudo is late and out of here. Fellenbaum 2 over with a 25 gets an easy win. Tatel and Summerfield in the truck is going to be chasing Matt DeConey. Summerfield 002 only needs a 541 to put DeConey on the trailer. That was a whole shot win. Ray Stanton gets to try to take out Jeremy Popple. Stanton had the light, goes 2 over for the win. Takes 9th thou and stripe. Good job, Ray Stanton. Jackson Werders in the Fink lane. Going to try to run down Robbie Boyd in the Camaro. Oh. Boyd, 17 and 2 over, gets the win. Jackson was late off the line. Closer the dial-in, but not good enough. And the last pair, oh, baby. Camden Morgano getting a head start of just under 2 seconds over Vince Mussolino's world champion top dragster. Vince is late, and he's going home. He breaks out, too. Wardano, 619 on a 19, an 8-pack for him. Hey, we need the Sportsman Consi and the Pro Consi back to the lanes. 1 and 2 for Sportsman, 3 and 4 for Pro. Mr. Beeler, you have the bye in Sportsman, so please go up lane 7. And Mr. Sakula, Arsakula, not RC Cola, Arsakula, you have the bye run in Pro. So again, please head up lane 7. Motorcycles round 2. We start out with Vanderbilt Boyce. He's going to be chasing Levon Curry. Boyce had the bulb, had the win, 548 and 542.
I did what I needed to do on the front end. Made a call. It was just the wrong one at the other end. That's all. I was happy.
Next pair, Adam Sharon. On the white bike, he's going to be chasing Hallie Hamilton. Hallie goes red by a bunch. Adam, 62 on a 63, gets the win. Heather Bayman, last night's winner, is going to try to run down Jonathan Lightning Tisdale. Team Cecil, Team Lebanon. Oh boy. Two great lights, 007, 009. Tisdale breaks out by 2. Heather dead on with a 7-14 pack on the bike. She made a little statement, shall we say. She moves on to round 3. Macazile, Lebanon Valley. Going to try to run down Brandon McCombie. Brandon with the tree and the win. 18 light and 1 over. Matt was dead on with the 9, but he had a 55 light. Loses on a whole shot. Next up, Ben Fish. Lebanon Valley will try to hold off Boyd Matthias from Mason Dixon. Ben Fish, 001 light, 4 over, gets an easy win. Boyd was dead late. Brian Canolas, 005 light, 1 over, gets the win. Super Consi, back to 5 and 6. Super 5 and 6. In Super, Mr. Acker, you have the bye in the Consi, Boyd Kleindinst and Don Hookway. Hookway with the advantage, but in a double breakout, Kleindinst gets the nod. Kevin Twardowski on that blue bike is going to be chasing Kevin Sutliff on the purple bike. I like purple. We have some cool purple cars here. Speaking of, the light goes to Mr. Sutcliffe and the win 0052 over. Purple beats blue. Point to Esta. All right, attention in the pits. So attention in the pits. Motorcycle Consi race to lane 8. And we actually have a famous TV celebrity who is going to announce the Consi races, Mr. Joe Koss.
Bill, that was quite the introduction. That's a lot. That's a lot to live up to.
Just live up to it.
We'll see what we can do. All right, consolation race. We're into Sportsman, round 2 of the Conti race. These are the 7:35 and slower variety in the 8th mile. And here we go. Island Dragway here on the left side. Jeffrey Skaterick, 8:26 on the scoreboard. John Alcott right lane for Maple Grove. We'll be giving chase with a 7:56 Dylan, 87 Monte Carlo there on the far side, and the Mustang. Also, 1987 edition. Well, we'll see if John can run down Jeff over there in the right lane as they head up towards the 8th mile, and he will. How about it, John? 26 on the tree, goes dead on 3 for a 29 total package. Jeffrey trying to get there, breaks out. He goes under by 4 in the Ford. Here's John McLaughlin for Maple Grove. Left side in the Malibu. Richard Vos. Over there in the right lane for Esta, 7:39 the Dylan. McLaughlin goes in deep. And McLaughlin uses that starting line advantage to get the breakout win. He goes dead on 3. Richard breaks out by 9 thousandths over there on the right side and just did not have enough room to get in there. Ryan Ager here on the left side, the 69 Barracuda, and Megan Whiteman for New England Dragway. 7:36 a Dylan, 1970 Chevelle, and that is her college fund. Super Pro Consolation race. We need you to lane 7. 5 and 6 right now. 7 cars are missing. We need Super Pro Consolation race to the staging lanes now, please. Ryan getting the win there over Megan Whiteman. Double breakout. Megan had the starting line advantage. Near equal off the tree. 29 for Ryan, 25 for Megan. Ryan went 1 thou under and got the win. Megan was 100th under. David Murrin, left side. Mason Dixon. And Jimbo Romania over here on the right side for Maple Grove in the Camaro. 1986 edition. And he will go red, double red light. Jimbo way red, 74 red for Jim. Dave was 33 red and will survive, move on to round 3 of the Consi. Super Pro Consolation race. We need you 2 lanes 5 and 6. Now, please. Left side, one of the Harveys. It's Junior, 7-8 at the Island in the wagon. Nick Beeler over there on the right side, 7:36. in the El Camino. Harvey, the number 1 out of Island, will get the win. 16 on the tree. Beeler turns it 15 RED. And his bracket finals comes to a conclusion. Harvey goes 26 under, able to leg it out the back door and get the win. All right, working around the side of the tower here, we've got Pro Eliminator Consolation Round 2. All right, Pro Eliminator, round 2 in the Consi. Chris Crodu here on the left side. New England Dragway, 708 the Dialing. The 70 Mustang. David Trout in the right lane for South Mountain, 735 in the 85 Mustang. Clean and green, the pair. Here comes Chris. David trying to run and hide, and he does. 007 for Dave up front. Goes 2 above, 27 total for David. Chris breaks out trying to get there by 2 thousandths of a second, but he could not get there. And he is out of here in the second round of the Consi. Here's Kelly Fleming, left side. 97 S10, bright green, here on the left side of the track. Right side, Mike Olson, 594 the Dialing. Just under 3/4 of a second. That Duster will be waiting down here on the starting line before they can hit the go button. Kelly from Pennsylvania, Mike from New Jersey. Running for Team Island. Kelly looking over that right shoulder, can get the win. Double breakout. Kelly gets it 12 under. Had a slight 0.02 of a second advantage. Margin of victory up there at the finish line, 0.02 of a second. Here's DJ Clark. New Media Dragway, left side. Don LaRusso over there on the far side. New England Dragway, 677 the Dialing for the Chevelle. Right lane, LaRusso is going to get the win. He was 28 behind on the tree, but goes dead on 3 to sneak on by and get the win by 0.3 of a second. You got to go all the way to that 4th digit to see how Don LaRusso is able to just snug up the stripe and get the win over there in the right lane. Here's George Fisher, left side, orange. 19 Camaro ZL1, 638 the Dialing. Robert Dunlap over there on the far side. That's an older Camaro from 83. Esther Dragway, 643 the Dialing, only 5 Huns separating them on the starting line. Oh, baby, George going to get away with one there. Rob Dunlap was 12 on the tree, but he breaks out by 6 thou, taking 0.3 at the finish line. And George Fisher gets a lucky win here in round number 2. He will move on into the consolation race. Here's Kyle Rice, left side, 648 the Dialing. That's 69 Nova, Team New England. Right side, Grant Nichols, 627 the Dialing for LG. 1987 Mustang for Team Lebanon Valley. Kyle Rice, who took over this ride here this year, has been doing a masterful job driving this Nova. He's been tough to beat. But LG over there on the right side, one of the best in the business here in Pro Eliminator at the Valley. Wheels up for both, and a whole bunch of smoke for Kyle Rice there on the left side. And he's going to get the win. 2 above, 39 on the tree, and Grant Nichols was dead late. 67 up front, 28 on his 27, and it was over by the time they passed the Christmas tree. Kyle Rice gets the win there in round number 2. Here's John Moore. Left side, in the dart, Team Mason-Dixon. Keith White over here in the right lane. Red light for John, and oh man, Keith, 133 on the tree, and he is going to get away with it. John Moore, 48, RED, and done in round 2. Here's Scott Besaw, left side for Esta. Terry Lee, right side, 89 Mustang. For you guessed it, Esta. About a second separating the pair here on this end. Will be a lot closer on the other end. Clean and green here on this pair. Scott out in front. Here comes Terry. Not going to be enough. Scott is 00. 14 above, goes 19 total. Terry was right there with him, though. He was 12 on this end, could not run it, goes 620 on a 608. Scott going to go ahead and take that win over there on the left side of the racetrack. Hey, quick update. We got a tie at the top of the leaderboard. Team New Media, Mason-Dixon, tied for the number 1 spot, 41 apiece. Esta sitting there in third with 37. New England Dragway, 34 in fourth. Maple Grove is fifth. Lebanon Valley 6th, Island 7th, Cecil County 8th, South Mountain 9, Team Canada 10. But a tie at the top, New Media and Mason-Dixon, 41 a pair as we roll towards round 3. Here's Richard Wendler, left lane. One of the Harvey boys over there in the right lane. Looking over. What's it going to be? Dave Harvey, 16 on the tree, 77-0 on a 75. Gets the win. Richard was 32, goes dead on. Margin of victory up there at the far end, 5 thousandths of a second. Bill Bugden here on the left side. Lebanon Valley, 675 the dial-in. Joe Dedrick, right side, Team Maple Grove, 553 will be giving chase in that 68 Camaro, and man, that thing just looks mean. 383 Chevrolet Power for the 72 Nova here on the left side. Out of Summers, Connecticut. It's about an hour and a half or so from here. Joe Diedrich, well, he's from Pennsylvania, a little bit longer, probably 5-6 hours from here. And Joe's going to get the win. 20 on the tree, goes dead. 1 gets the win. Bill Bugden, 30, was 79 on his 75, and gave Joe all the room that he needed to get in there, and Joe made him ineligible with his 20 light on the tree and 21 total package. Continuing to roll on here through round 2 of the Pro Eliminator Consolation race. Here's David Parker, left side, Team Lebanon Valley. Right side, Mike LaRose, West Monroe, New York, for New Media. 608 the dial-in for the Camaro left side for Parker. 541 for the Dart and LaRose. Red light start for Parker, 14 red LaRose. Moving on to round 3 with a 42. We need Junior Street ROC to the back of the lanes for pairing. Junior Street ROC, Race of Champions race. We need you to the back of the staging lanes for your next round pairings. Rich Sekula for Island Dragway, going to go ahead and get the free pass and punch his ticket into round 3 with that bye run that he earned. He goes 12 red and 89 on an 88. Once again, Junior Street Race Champions, we need you to the staging lanes now, please. See the ladder at the rear of staging to get your pairings. All right, we'll run it through again in case you missed it. Here's where we're at right now. New Media, Mason-Dixon, both tied with 41. This is getting good. ESTA, 37 in third. New England Dragway, they are 7 out, 34th, 34 in fourth. Team Maple Grove, tied with Lebanon Valley for the 5th spot, 33 for both those teams. Maple Grove and Lebanon Valley tied for 5th. Island Dragway, 26. Cecil County, 22. South Mountain, 13. And old TC, Team Canada, sitting there in 11th. We move on to Super Pro. Consolation race, round 2. Jen Murray, left side. Dale Schaefer, right side. And Dale was in trouble. 42 on the tree. Jen, 12. 95 and a 93, giving it a couple of rips to snug it up at the big end, taking 40 thou at the finish line, and Dale gave her all the room to get that done. 3 above, 42 on the tree, and that was it. And here's a convertible for D'Angelinas, 1984 edition, Team Epping, i.e. New England Dragway, and Steve Gregoire over there on the right side, also from Team New England. Beautifully prepared dragster over there on the right side. 2004 edition, 4-powered, 525 cubic inch, dialed 494. D'Angelinas. You're using every bit of that convertible to look over there on the right side and see that dragster just pouring on the steam as they get towards that 8th mile mark. Here comes Gregoire at the stripe. Got it. 495 2, 28 on the tree. Going 1 above, and D'Angelinas just flat missed it. 53 up front, 2 above. And Gregoire just had plenty of room to get in there and get it done here in round 2. Albert Ferrari here left side of the racetrack for Team Island Dragway, and can't believe it says Eugene in here. But that's what it says, Eugene Nichols. We call him Grant. I called him that this morning, and he said, yeah, good morning to you too. What's going on, Eugene? He didn't want any of that. He wants to win light here, though. Right side, 497, the dial in for Grant. Left side, Al Ferrari, 614. Look it over the shoulder. Can he get it? Yes, he does. How about this? 009 for Al. Grant, see, there I go. Grant, 12 on the tree. He goes dead. 5, margin of victory, 7, 10 thousandths of a second. Got to get over that 4th digit. That one was close. Grant is out of here. Ferrari moving on to round 3. Yeah, easy for me to say. 97 dragster. Dave Beauchamp here on the left side. Dave Henry over there on the far side. Beautiful race cars. Oh, this is going to be good. Dave Henry behind on the tree, but able to drive around. 11 on the front side, goes 19 total, and gets the win. Tension in the pits. Sportsman in the bracket finals, main event. We need you to the staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Sportsman in the main event, we need you back to the staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Dave Harvey, number 54 ID. You have the bye. Slide on over to lane 8 for us, Dave. Dave Harvey, 54 ID for Island. You have the bye in Sportsman. Go ahead and make your way over to lane 7. Once again, Sportsman, main race, main event competitors. We need you to lanes 1 and 2. Here's Fred Jacobs, left side, and Jamie Diamond driving Stephanie's dragster over the right side. Number 4 for Team LV. Fred Jacobs over there, 12 for ESTA. We'll have the slightest head start here by about half a second. Jamie turns it red for Thau, and Fred would have been vulnerable. He was 43 on the tree. He goes 502.7 on the 501 dial-in. And Fred Jacobs going to get away with a 43 tree here in Super. Once again, Sportsman, main event to the lanes. 1 and 2, please. Sportsman, main event to the lanes. 54 ID, Dave Harvey, you have the bye. Pull up to lane 7. Here's Melissa Wilson. Representing New Media. Brian Mursky over there on the right side. Flames, orange, blue. 483 the dial. Team South Mountain. Flanders, New Jersey for Brian Mursky. Oh, baby. How about this? Melissa, trip zip on the starting line at the let go. Perfect light, goes 495.7 on the 92. Gets the win. Brian mathematically ineligible at the let go. We've seen a couple of perfect lights today. We all saw a perfect run here earlier today. Mike Riley in round 1. That wheel standing odds and ends. Stick shift Malibu. Was perfect on the tree. Perfect on the other end for a perfect package earlier in the day today, and that was in Pro Eliminator. And Melissa lays down a perfect reaction time here in Super. This is round 2 of the Super Pro Conti. Mark Beaton left side, Torrington, Connecticut. For Lebanon Valley, the champ. And Will Winthrop over there on the right side for Cecil County. And Beaton goes red, 5-2 early. Winthrop, 14 on the tree, eases out of it, 637.8, well above the dial. We've got a long, skinny car over there in the right lane for Chrissy Klein. And the pickup truck for Sean Barrett here on the left side out of Martinsburg, West Virginia. And that is not a Malibu, although the computer says it. Must be true, right? Chevrolet pickup truck here on the left side for Sean. Team Mason-Dixon. Chrissy Klein. Team New Media over there on the right side. A little bit of black, a little bit of red, maybe it's pink, a little bit of gray, a little bit of white, a little bit of green for Chrissy on that dragster, and a little bit of green on that scoreboard as she picks up the win. Sean Barrett, 002, red light, and to boot he goes dead on 9, but Chrissy was right there as well. 58.8, dead on for her as well. 19 on the tree, gets the pass into round 3. And Braden Acker, 66 Nova, right side for Team New Media. Gets to test how the weather has changed since the last time Braden went down the racetrack. This 576 dial-in, and we'll get the free pass to round 3 of the Consolation. So Braden is 12 on this end, goes under by 18 on that end, but the win light is illuminated on the right side of the scoreboard with the bye run, and Braden coming back for round 3, and then the bikes come into the water. Hey, great to see everybody still out here in the grandstands cheering on their favorite. This is a one-of-a-kind event, tons of fun. I've heard of potlucks and more excitement that's happening later on in the evening at the various team tents. We'll make sure when we get down to the finals, we got competitors from all around the eastern part of the country. Come on out and support them as they get a chance to make their way to Vegas for the Nationals here in just a couple of weeks' time. Attention to the pits. Final call, Sportsman, main event. We are missing one car. We need you to the lanes now, please. Oh, I scared him. Boo. I'm actually scared by all those skeletons sitting out there at about 660 feet. That's what scares me. All right, I need Pro ET 2, 3, and 4, and car number 32 ED for M. Consiglio, if I got that right, has got the bye. Go to lane 7. So was that 32 ED, Wayne? I already forgot it. 32 ED for Pro Eliminator. You've got the bye in Pro. We need Pro main event to lanes 3 and 4. Now, please. Anyway, I started talking about those skeletons up there. I was driving down the return road earlier, and I couldn't tell whether or not there was people sitting up there or if it was just the skeletons. I think there's a few people up there, but I was scared for sure. It's like the video games, you know, when they put all the people in the back of the basketball arena, make it feel like there's a lot of people there. Lakasha Curry here with the bye run in round 2 for the bikes and sleds. 23 on the tree, 6:03.1. 5.99 the dial in there. Well, cool. This looks like the junior street variety. This is so cool, right? Dale, you've been racing here for 53 years. Were you driving at 13 years old on this racetrack? No, and you've probably got, I would argue, tens of thousands of laps down this run. Kind of like this guy. Hand it back over to Bill Horton for the call of Junior Street.
Joe, thank you so much. Great job. It must be kind of, and you're enthusiastic. You would figure compared to NASCAR and all the video clips I see, this would be very boring. Because we didn't have anything like go upside down, around, but so that's good. We do not want that. All right, Maddox Pustola getting the head start over Julian Lauren Carter. 2 good lights. And Julian 6 over, 38 light, pardon me, 81 light, gets the win. He's going to be in the final round against Alan Core Jr. and definitely the coolest car in Junior Street. And to add to what Joe said, can you imagine being like 13, 14 years old and getting to drive that? My goodness. I said earlier, that car is definitely old enough to be his grandfather. Or mother, depending on what gender the car identifies with. All right, we're going to do a little track prep. We're going to be back into round 3 in the big show. Thanks again to Joe Koss for giving me a little break there. If you watch NASCAR racing on television, you will hear Joe's voice. I don't follow it like I should, but I do know that it is quite exciting this year. Seems to be a lot of controversy. One of the reasons I think that drag racing is so special is, unlike some circle track stuff, we are not prepared for the rare instances when we stuff these things into walls. And consequently, many people race the same car for many years, decades in fact. I'm sitting with Dale Sheik, the owner of Le Monster. How many years have you been racing that car, Dale? 50 years. Can you imagine that? Racing, I mean, it's a family member. It's not just a race car at 50 years. And many of them are like that. They're very special. I mean, the gentleman that's racing the AMC Javelin from Team New Media, I had a talk with him. He's owned the car since new, has many original parts, has AMC power. And I'm preaching to the choir, I know, but that is really the most special thing about drag racing, in that the cars are not fungible products. If we stuff it in the wall, we'll just do another one. The cars are quite unique, like this one coming back on the return road. So we are just doing a little quick track prep. Don't forget, concessions are still open if you are hungry. And if you haven't tried our French fries, bad, you need to go over and try them. They're award-winning. And the novelty booth is open too. Yeah, the points are relatively well distributed. No surprise from what I've seen that New Media and Mason-Dixon are tied for the top mark, followed by ESTA. It'll be interesting to see who's in the number one position at the end of the day. I remember a few years ago, I think the last time the bracket finals were here, Team Lebanon won for the first time. And it was a magical moment for all of us. Raced here for many years before I retired into the announcing position, and the bracket finals were always a little frustrating. And that year we had our act together, and it was great to be team champs for a year. All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Last call for Pro Eliminator Big Race to 3 and 4. First call for Super Big Race to 5 and 6. Mr. Summerfield, the pickup truck, you will have the bye if there is one, so please come up lane 7. Big Show Sportsman Round 3. Mark Ketterer and Wesley Lewis lead us off. Mason-Dixon and Maple Grove.
So that was a big, and that just happened within the past 2 to 3 years, because there was a big thing about it a couple years ago, and that's when the whole stuff. That's when they first went into lockdown, COVID, and all that shit.
They're both green. Ketterer with the light and the win, won over with the 40. Wesley was a bit late with the 72 and breaks out by 9. Whoa. Next up, Robert Baker, that, oh man, gorgeous 67 Mustang. I would love to own that car. Team New England up against Dave Myers, Mason-Dixon in the Gen 1 Camaro. Baker has the light and the win, has 200ths in the tree, goes one over. Dave Myers breaks out by 1,000th of a second. He had a 57 light, though. I don't think he could have accomplished that. Tyler Bennett up next in the Duster up against Susan Smith from South Mountain. Two excellent reaction times at the top end. Tyler Bennett gets it dead on with the 2 with the 17 light. Sue Smith had the better light, 009, but she breaks out by 3. Almost a heads-up race here between Howard Roberts and the Mopar, Edward Beadler and the Mustang. Beadler looking good. Taps the brakes. Dead on with the 5 with the 13 light. Howard Roberts breaks out by 2. Al Noble in the Mustangs chasing Scott Embley in the Blazer. One good light, one exceptional light. Al Noble had the exceptional light but couldn't run the number. Scott Embley won over with 32 light, gets the win by 100th of a second. Next pair, John Dixon. In the Novas, could be chasing Greg LeBlanc in the Malibu. Chevelle, I should say. Greg LeBlanc went red, unfortunately. John Dixon goes 4 under with a 53 light and moves on to round 4. Next up here is our only lavender race car, Nancy DeSpirito, Team New England. She is going to leave first against Paul Costley. Costley had a better reaction time by a few hundredths, goes 2 over for the win. Nancy way off the mark, both at the bottom and the top. She's had a good day, and she will go back home now in the bye run. Going to Dave Harvey. 70 Duster. My first car was a 70 Dodge Challenger, and it was that color yellow. It was called Lemon Twist. Actually, mine had those wheels too. Harvey with 48 light. 764 on the window, 757 on the racetrack. That's the nice thing about dial-ins. We get to adjust them between rounds. Next up, Anthony Bonanno. We're moving into pro now. Dave Harvey getting the head start in the Plymouth Valiant. Bonanno's going to chase him.
The other thing you do, so there's some websites that you can download a lot of
Anthony Bonanno in a double breakout takes it. He's under by 2 thou. Harvey under by 4 thou. Bonanno had the better light as well. Nelson Bielot Sr. up next. Unique 63 Oldsmobile. He's going to be chasing Al Myers Camaro from S to Dragway.
It just depends. I'll be down there for, like today, I'm just going to go semifinals down there and the finals. And then I'll do the winner circle and that's it. I think I'm going
Oh boy, late and later. Late takes it. Al Meyer, 77 light, 3 over. Belot breaks out by 7 thou. Mike Fornwalt in the Camaro, Fred Clark in the Mopar. Pretty close race here. 1,300 separate the two. Fornwall crept forward a little bit. That gave him a really good light and the win. 2 over with the 13. Fred was a 65 light, goes 1 over, so he was closer to the dial, but loses in a hole shot. Mike Franick, Island Dragway, is going to be chasing James Bodmer. Team Mason Dixon in the Camaro. Franick had the light, couldn't run the number. Podmer dead on with a 23 light, gets the win by 4 thousandths of a second. Point for Mason Dixon. Oh, this is a good race here. Bob Bates in the Nova, Team Cecil up against Bob Gagne. Team New Media in that gorgeous 69 Firebird. The lights almost even, and Bob Bates takes it dead on with a 0, beats a 1 over. The lights were 22 for Bob Bates and 18 for Bob Gagne. Wow. Hannah Bogus, Lebanon Valley over in the far lane. Sponsored by Bigori Construction up against Kevin Mendenhall, Team Maple Grove. Team Grove, you guys have the best shirts. They're both green. It's close. Hannah cannot catch him. Mendenhall dead on with the 9. Hannah 2 over. She gave up another one on the lights. Mendenhall gets the win. Mike LaRose in the Chevy station wagon is going to be chasing Clayton Garber. Team Mason Dixon, that Buick Skylark. I want to see that car when it's done, when it's painted. It's going to be awesome. LaRose, 003 red. Clayton Garber gets the point for Mason Dixon. Goes 599 on a 601. I'm not sure. I'm guessing most of these guys are just holding a couple. But conditions are pretty good out there. A couple of nice Chevys. Paul Northrup in the Chevelle. Jason Mazzata in the Chevy Nova. Oh boy, Mazada went red. I don't think he broke anything. I think he just said, the heck with it. Northrop, 651 on the 656. 24 light gets the win. Man, I love this truck. Joe Koss, I think you should trade in your Oldsmobile and get a second S10 truck. This one. What do you think?
No, I got the step side. I like the step side.
Robert Smith in the other lane. 2/10 separate the two. Well, somebody's got 001. Yeah, that's Smith. 001 dead on with the 6. 7-pack for Bob Smith. Gagne, not bad, dead on with an 8, but he had a bad light. Nowhere to go. Next up, Kalaga in the Killer Cougar. Kalaga's Killer Cougar. I like that. Getting the head start over Rob Zetterberg, Island Dragway. Very even on the starting line at the top. Zetterberg takes it in a double breakout. It's under by 12 thou. Kalaga under by 300ths. Next up, the blue Camaro. That's Dan McIntosh from Lebanon Valley. He's got a tough customer here, Trish Witt. Team Cecil in the Dodge Dart. Very even at the start. And Trish Witt takes in a double breakout. She's under by 100th. McIntosh under by 100th and a half. Frank Ware and Steve Long going at it. Ware in the Camaro. Steve Long, that gorgeous 70 Mustang Grande. Both leave too soon. In this case, the reddest light gets the red light, and that is Frank Ware. Steve Long and the Mustang dead on with the 6 get the win. Dave Hubbard still in with the green Camaro. He will try to run down Tom Scrifignano. S10 pickup truck. Hubbard goes red. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Motorcycles, if you are not back in the lanes for the big show, you need to get there. Motorcycles should be back in the lanes. In the buy run, going to Matt Consiglio. S to Dragway. Consiglio, triple sixes on a 670 dial, 40 light. That does it for Pro Eliminator Super. Coming up next. Well, if there's one thing you can count on, it's that Bill Blaker III is going to be the first car in line in the big Monte Carlo. Pretty much a heads-up race with Doug Fellenbaum in the Nova. Fellenbaum goes red, gives Blaker a break. Going into round 4, dead on with the 4. 62 light, though, has to work on those lights a little bit. Next up, the amazing Willis Coupe of Andy Purcell. Will get a head start about 0.8 of a second and try to hold off Doug Dahl. Doug Dahl is the same Doug Dahl that had a perfect season in Competition Eliminator a few years back. Oh, Purcell goes red. His day is over. Doug Dahl, 009 and 1 over 19 pack for the win. Next pair, and I love this one. In the Napa lane, Ken LeBlanc, New England Dragway, #1 car, up against Keith Lozier, last year's track champ here at Lebanon Valley. 2 4-second dragsters. Powered by Big and Bigger Big Block Chevrolets. Lozier gets it dead on with the 6 with the 006, a 12 pack. LeBlanc dead on with the 5, but a 19 light was not good enough. Next up, Dana Beauchamp, the black car. Dave Sizzlick in the Napa car. New England versus Mason Dixon. I had the May part. Oh boy. Sizzlick, big hole shot, and he gives it away. Breaks out by 2. He had 002. Dana dead on with the 9 with a 30 light, gets the win. Sizzler was way too much stripe. Oh boy. Next up, Camden Morgano in the Chevy Monza. Getting the head start. See if he can hold off Robbie Boyd in the Camaro. I like watching Camden. I think we're talking about the same thing. He gives himself a round of applause before he stages the car. That's good. Except this time a little too good. He goes red. Robbie Boyd with the win. 73 on a 75. Next pair, Jason Wilson in the white and red dragster up against Jason Amy, number 1 car from Maple Grove. Jason getting the head start. Very even on the starting line, and Jason Amy, it was a little better on the line, goes dead on with the 221 pack, gets the win. Wilson was dead on as well, but a couple of, wow. Margin of victory, 3 thou. We'll leave it at that. Mike Rogers trying to keep his day going. He's going to be chasing Zach Rothenberg. Appreciate it, though. Mike Rogers has the light, has the win, a 15-pack for Mike. He's been looking for that all weekend. Rothenberger, a little slow on the light with the 30, goes 1 over for the loss. Now, I like this pair right here. Jimmy DeChacco, one of the fastest dragsters here, racing for Team Esta. Taking on the number 1 car from New Media, Jeff Krasinski, the purple dragster eater. Let's see if DeChacco can give him a little indigestion. Couldn't do it. DeChacco breaks out by 4 thou. Krasinski didn't have the light, goes dead on with the 2. And guess what? Eats another dragster. Coming up now, Dick Coppertino racing for New Media is going to try to run down Stephen Whitman. Team Mason Dixon. Whitman goes red. Coppertino, 15 light. Breaks out by 4 thou. He moves on to round 4.
Bill, we're looking for the motorcycles for your dog behind the truck.
Next up, I really like this card. David Hebig. Island Dragway. Rich Turkowski in the other lane, almost a heads-up match. 0.04 of a second separate the two. Perfect light for Dave Hebig, and he loses. Breaks out by 3 thou. Turkowski, 008 dead on with a 7, gets the win. That's got to be one of the worst feelings in racing when you get your time slip, see a trip zip on there, and at the same time lose. Although the time slips don't say lose or loser on them, generally. They just point to the winner in the other lane. Next pair, Kyle Core in the Nova, Eugene Stankiewicz in the Dragster.
Bill, we get the junior street finals to the lanes.
Oh boy, somebody's a month late. It ain't Kyle Core. 3 over with the 20 light gets the win. Attention in the pits. We need the Junior Street final round to the lanes, please. Junior Street final to the lanes. Next up, John Selvering in the Nova is going to be chasing Iggy Falcone at GTO. Iggy's been racing that GTO for decades. Selvering about a month late. Iggy 2 over with 41 light, an easy win. Nell Belot Jr. getting the head start here over Joe Martz. Martz from Mason-Dixon. Martz goes red. Nelson rides out the wheel stand, goes 585 on a 584. Last pair coming up, Ray Stanton, Lebanon Valley. Going to race the guy who had the potential by Taitland Summerfield. And Summerfield gets it. Lights were pretty even. Both were a little off the dial. All right, we need the Sportsman Consi. Back to the lanes, Mr. Harvey Jr. You have the bye run if there is one. Should come up on lane 7. Motorcycles. Round 3 coming up. Vanderbilt Boyce is going to be chasing Brian Canolis. Maple Grove chasing Mason Dixon. Lights dead even. Canolis, 4 over, gets it. Boyce breaks out by 5 thou. Next pair, Heather Baymond. In the Fink Quitman lane, we'll be chasing Boyd Kleindienst. In the Napa lane, Team Cecil and Mason Dixon. Oh, 2 killer lights. Heather 002 did on with a 2-pack for Heather Baymond to move into round 4. Wow. Boyd wasn't bad, but it wasn't a 2-pack. Adam Sharon on the white bike, going to try and run down Brandon McCombie on the purple one. Brandon goes red. Adam gets a free ride into round 4. 562 with the 6 on a 563. And I do believe this is the last pair. Ben Fish, Team Lebanon in Fink Lane, will be taking on Brandon McCombie. No, he won't. He'll be taking on Kevin Sutliff. Kevin Sutliff had light, goes dead on with the 4, take out Ben Fish. Hey, we need the pro Consi race back to 3 and 4, please. Mr. Besaw Deadly, you have the bye run, so please come up lane 7. All right, I'm going to take a little break again and turn it over to Mr. Elmer Wachter. I'm just lazy today. So, anyway, we'll see you in a little bit.
All right, the next monsters you see come around the corner are going to be the Future of Drag Racing Junior Street Finals. This is for all the marbles. 2 junior street drivers getting ready to do battle. Julian, left-hand side. Allen on the right. 9 flat to a 937. Maple Grove on the right. Lebanon Valley on the left. That's the Finky lane. What do you think? Mopar? Maybe. Tell you what, the lights are not hateful. These guys been practicing. At the stripe, win light coming on for Team Lebanon Valley. Congratulations. A 920. It's a double breakout, by the way. 929 to an 891. Out by 8 thou. All right, the Super Consolation race to lanes 5 and 6, and it looks like Numidia Dragway number 6? Or is that a 5? 5ND. Number 5ND to lane 7. Byron, if there is one. I got to put my glasses on. That's why I have them. Motorcycle Consolation to lane 7 and 8. Motorcycle Consolation race to lane 7 and 8. That'd be a final. That would be all both bikes then. How's that? When we see 2 bikes, we'll be ready to do that. This is the consolation race of Sportsman. Mopar versus Chevrolet. Fair lights. Win light coming on. Left-hand side for Ryan. A breakout run, double breakout. Broke out by 6 thousandths. Right lane broke out by hundreds. Now we got David Murrin and John McLaughlin. David down at 804. John an 822. Murrin picks up the automatic win on a double red light. Red light by the least, if that makes sense. And at the big end runs an 802 on an 804. And we're missing 1 car in the Pro Consolation race. You need to be there. We'll run without you. I see a UFO flying over the track there. I think the green balloon from China. This is your buy car, David Harvey Jr. Run into the not bad run, 778 on a 776, 039 on the tree. Next cars you see are going to be the consolation race from the pro driver cars. And we're looking for super cars in the consolation race to lanes 5 and 6. That's how many fingers you have on one hand, plus 1. Yeah, and it's plus 2 if you have one missing on the one hand. Thank God we don't have 21 lanes. Went fishing a little bit earlier, and I caught a fish, and it almost pulled me into the river. Yeah, right. The mosquitoes here are bigger than the fish. Yeah, deer flies hurt when they bite you. All of them do. All right, 2 monster burnouts as Kelly Fleming, left-hand side, in her pickup truck, gets ready to take on Joe Diedrich. Joe's down at 553 to Kelly's 664. She gets the head start and is going to try to stay out in front. Joe's idea, I'm going to chase you down. Kelly says, nope, ain't happening.
Media has 53. Esta has 44.
All right,
Dixon has 50.
Diedrich picks up the win on that one.
Cecil County with 30. Island Dragway with 36. Team Canada with 13. Maple Grove with 44.
Next.
South Mountain with 40.
No. Went from 13 points to 40 points. Ain't no way in hell.
Oh, you know what? I know what I did. South Mountain stopped at 16. I hate the way she does this.
All right.
And New England is at 40.
Okay.
And Lebanon Valley is at 38. I wish it would just they were general sheet, you know what I mean?
All right, I'm back to announcing. Win came on right-hand side for David Harvey as the next pair gets ready to take the start line. Right after this round, I'll give you the points rounds for the completion of last round of the main race. Been some changes. Michael LaRose and David Trout getting ready to do battle. 7:35. 1.93 second head start for the Mustang. The Dart going to try to chase him down. At least that's the plan. Might be able to do it. We're looking at the lights here. And he has a better light, but it's a double breakout. Mopar picking up the win. Michael LaRose goes to the next round. Chevy Vega, Rich Sikula up against Donald LaRusso. One of these drivers with a very, very good light, but does not pick up the win as he ran out by more on a double breakout. Rich Sikula picks up the win, 587 with the 3 on a 90. Keith White and George Fisher are our next pair. At least I know an orange car is going to get there first. That makes me feel good that I can predict that. 675 to a 636. Is it going to be the ZL1 Camaro or is it going to be the Chevrolet Nova? I wouldn't say they're stellar reaction times, but lane 1 was better. Not better. He was double breakout. He was closer to his dial-in. How's that? I'll let them tell you their reaction times if they care to divulge that. This is the time car, or the what do they call that? Bye car. Said bye-bye. Scott Besaw. Dialed a 704, hits the tree with an 067. Cruising the big end. 703 with a 5, only off by 5 thousandths. Not a bad run. Hey, at the end of the last round, New Media has moved into the number 1 spot all by itself with 53. Mason Dixon with 50. Followed by a tie for third place, Esta and Maple Grove at 44. Then New England, fourth place by itself at 40. 38, Lebanon Valley. 36, Island Dragway. 30, Cecil County. 16, South Mountain. 13, Team Canada. All continuing to advance. Albert Ferrari and Braden Aker. Nice little Chevy Nova. Up against the Vega. And that's Ferrari's Ferrari. Identical reaction times. And the right side on a double breakout breaks out by the least amount. Aker goes to round, I think 3, 4. This is 3, I think. A birthday. Iggy's 82. He's got the buy run too, doesn't he? Or not? Wow, somebody's having a birthday older than dirt, too. My goodness. Green lights on both sides. One of the drivers a little bit better, and Jen picks up the win at the big end. Dead on with a 6. 26 pack. Our next pair is Will Winthrop and Steve Greger. Steve out of Team New England. And Cecil County's Will. 1.3 seconds head start to the door car. Says here he's got 7,000 horsepower, but he only brought maybe 700 of it with him. Green light start, and at the finish line, Better Light picks up the win on a double breakout. Breakout by 7th thou in lane 1. Fred Jacobs going to take on Chrissy Klein, Team Esta and Team New Media Dragway. Dragster versus the Mopar. All molded in wing like a sprint car. I think he runs on the circle track on the weekends that he done drag race. Nah, maybe not. Definitely wouldn't slide sideways, that's for sure. All right, both cars scooting down the 8th mile. Lane 1, Fred Jacobs gets it done with an 018 on the tree and a dead-on run, dead-on with a 5. That's a 23 pack. Melissa Wilson all by her lonesome out there. Nobody wants to play with her. She gets a solo run to the finish line to go to the next round, which will be round number 4, by the way. She's dialed that bad boy in a 494. Just telling everybody, don't mess with me. I can run the number. Mopar powered. 509 cubic inches of sheer terror. That's probably what her husband says. 011 on the tree. Guess what? 494 with an 8. Pretty sweet. Now we're in motorcycles, and I think this is just a couple few of them. 2, to be exact. Lawrence Curry and Lacosa Curry. Not related. Yeah, right.
Anybody here, the toilets are overflowing the water and shut off in the restrooms over by the go-kart track.
So I would guess that a Curry is going to win this.
Not my problem.
I'm pretty sure.
You don't want to pay someone here to do it, you do it yourself.
Listen to the RPM. This is for bragging rights. These two have run each other a zillion times. Wow. Somebody should have stayed home. 029 Light gets it done at 586 on a 575, rolling out of it. Difference was in reaction time, believe me, and I'll let them tell you what it was, because I can't pronounce numbers that high. Or maybe I'm not supposed to. How's that? Anyhow, the fastest tractor on the track out there right now, Speedy Gonzalez.
We're going to do a little track prep here, Elmer.
A little bit of track prep.
We can try to start getting Sportsman the bracket finals in.
All right, on the regular bracket finals team, I'd like to have the Sportsman cars come in.
Lane 7.
And number 56, New Media Dragway, that's E. Beidler. Yeah, I guess that's what it is. Can come to lane 6.
Put him in lane 7.
Oh, let's do lane 7 for the buy run car then. Everybody else in the Sportsman category into lanes 1 and 2. That's the littlest 2 numbers. There's a song out there, 1 is the loneliest number unless you don't like anybody else, and then that's the greatest number there is. All right, listen up. 32, South Mountain, come to lane 7, and I need Pro for the main event. The winners back to 3 and 4. Pro to 3 and 4, and the bye run to 7. Well, if they don't have a bye, they'll have lane choice. And really, the lane closest to the equator is the warmest. So maybe, with an upper atmosphere inversion, that there'll be snowing on the other side. That's where you told me to put it.
I want to make sure the NHRA understands that that's a media card. If they don't care, there is no order in the media card. Never mind. You'll be all right, Wayne.
How many points we got?
All of them, right here. How many do you want? How much money you got? We're gonna add points here. We're selling points. No. Lebanon Valley, 38. Wayne's age.
She's watching the live at home.
No, Dad, you're supposed to like to stay first.
Oh, it's on video.
That probably wasn't me. Well, the neatest part about being a racer when you're sitting in the staging lanes is you're still a winner.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Kevin, you could jump ship. Kevin, you could jump ship.
All right, it's been way too quiet, way too long, as we should be getting some people saddled up. We should have all our Sportsman cars in 1 and 2. Pro should be coming into 3 and 4. And the rest of the winners should be standing by. We'll be calling you shortly. Once again, it is quiet. Numidia sits in number 1 spot with 53 points. Mason-Dixon, number 2 with 50. Esta and Maple Grove tied at 44. New England at 40. Lebanon Valley, 38. Island Dragway, 36. Cecil County, 30. South Mountain, 16. Team Canada, 13. All right, the wonderful sound of burnouts and the next round. I like this. It says round number 4, Robert Baker and Mark Ketterer. Sounds like I'm stuttering, but I'm not yet. New England Dragway sitting in the left-hand lane down to 739 to Maple Grove's 736. I would have made them heads up. They're probably both capable of running the same number. Mustang versus Dodge Aspen, one of those very rare cars. Looking for a win light. Right side, the Aspen picks up the win on a double breakout. A little better on the tree and closer to the dial in. And our next pair, John Dixon and David Harvey getting ready to do battle. Harvey, Team Ireland, Maple Grove, John Dixon, beautiful little Chevy 2.
He accepted it, so
Oh, it's probably a 7 because it's about 11-second car in the quarter. Yeah, we did it right for once. Looking for the win light. An 028 light helps Dave Harvey get it done. I'll let the driver in the left lane tell you his reaction time. 766. Yeah. Started with yeah. Next is Tyler Bennett up against Paul Costley, Mason-Dixon Dragway, right-hand side. Cecil County on the left. 737 to a 748. And this is going to be anybody's race. They're both, well, not me. I just lost another car. Little premature acceleration. 014 red to an 064 light. Team Cecil picks up that point. Now we have New Media Dragway against Scott Embley with Team Maple Grove. What's she waving at? Come on now. All right, giddy up, go pony. That's what the little Mustang's hoping happens. Chevy Blazer with Scott. There is quite a difference here. And it does mean something. 008 light for Edward. Runs a 737 on a 736. 030 light. All right, Super ET, I need you in the lanes 5 and 6 and number 11, Lebanon Valley, to lane 7. Supercars have been called to lanes 5 and 6. Emily out there watching Dad. She's my super cheerleader for Mason-Dixon Dragway. They've been calling him Anthony Bonanno all day long, so I'm going to do the same. Al Mueller, right-hand side. Team Esta. Team Mason-Dixon Dragway. It's a 70 Chevelle. I'm hoping that he leaves it in my garage one weekend. He's had this car since brand new. Tony turns it red by 018. Right lane red by 017. That was decided by 1/1000th of a second. Team New Media going to take on Team Mason-Dixon Dragway here. Mike Fordwalk versus Clayton Garber. I know who Emily's rooting for. Clayton turns it red by 018. His competition was 008 on the tree and a 601. Out by 5 thousandths. Doesn't matter after the red light happened. Now we got Dickie Bodmer and Paul Northrup. These two have raced each other quite a few times in the past. So neither one's what they call scared or afraid. They're going to do their own thing. And the best man will come out on top. At least that's the plan. An appreciably better light for one of these two drivers. Northrup picks up the win at the big end. He was 005 on the tree and a 59 on a 56. To Bodmer's 70 on a 68 with an 019 light. Numidia will be the number one team because we just lost all three of those cars. Unless we take out the ones that don't belong in points. All right, Team Numidia. Tom Scrig. Oh boy, here I go. Scrifignano up against Robert Bates. I'm pretty good on that one. Green lights, both sides. One a little bit greener than the other. Scrifignano picks up the win. He's 650. Dead on with a 9 on a breakout run on the other side for Robert Bates. Couldn't catch him. Trish Witt up against Rob Zetterberg. Trish for Team Cecil County. Down to 584 to a 604 for Rob. 434 cubic inch small block in the right-hand lane in the Monte. The Dart doesn't say the size of the motor there. Horsepower 0. I don't believe that's correct. I don't know, what's a 440, 383? Who knows? It's pretty fast. And Zetterberg turns it red, so Trish picks up the win and goes to the next round. That's the plan. Kevin Mendenhall with his cheering crew right there. She's doing air push-ups. Steve Long on the right-hand side from Team Cecil County. Once again, this is another driver that bought the car brand new and has had the car all its life. Not his life, but its life. Double red lights. Worst red light on the right-hand side for Steve. Mendenhall picks up the win, 612 on a 616. I think he was holding about 4. Matthew Consiglio up against Robert Smith. That's an easy name to pronounce and to put on a motel voucher. No, they got 100 cars left. So Esta versus South Mountain. On your mark, get set. Went. South Mountain car disappears this round. 009 red. Consiglio picks up the win. He was 019 on the tree, a 65. Dead on with an 8. All right, motorcycles. All 4 of you to lane 8. Motorcycle semifinals, 2 lane 8. That's the biggest number here. So now we got the long cars and the short cars that run the long cars. Hey, pretty tough racer over on the right-hand side right now. Robert Boyd up against William Blaker. Really, both of these are pretty tough racers. They made it through 3 rounds of win lights. 618 dial in for the Monte Carlo in lane 1. And then a 575 for the 69 Camaro in lane 2. Got it fired back up. Team Lebanon Valley on the left. Team Island Dragway on the right. 2 go down and 1 comes back, but it's going to be William Blaker. 004 on the tree. Red light start for Robert. He's done for today. It's Miller time. Taylor Summerfield up against Douglas Dow. Team South Mountain, their number 6 car. Team Canada, look at them, still out there. I like the Canadian national anthem today. I thought that was pretty sweet. I didn't know the words to it. It's probably a good thing. You wouldn't want to hear me singing, I can tell you that. Pick your favorite. Lane 1 matches the balloons over there, so. Oh, he better have God on his side on this one. It didn't happen. 005 for Doug Dow. And a 497 on 495 got it done. Taylor really tried, but ran out. Ran a 35 on that 37. Team Mason-Dixon Dragway and Team New Media Dragway. And first and second in the series right now. Dave out filming his wife driving the long car. Both drivers inching their way into the stage beams. Best part of the day. We have a drag race, and one of them's got a perfect light. It was hard to beat that perfect light, especially when he was dead on with the fourth thou pack. That really did Dana in. But she did a great job today, so nothing to back down. She had a good light that time, just wasn't a triple O. Jason Amy on the right-hand side, Maple Grove's number 1 racer, up against Mike Rogers, Team New Media. I guess me being a Mason-Dixon guy, I'm rooting for Maple Grove right now. Congratulations, Team Canada, coming down the lanes. Very close. And New Media on a double breakout takes out Jason Amy. Jason out with a 510 to a 471 out by 4 thousandths. Team New England and Team New Media, Jeff Krasinski. They call him the dragster killer, but he's not up against the dragster this time, so maybe he met his match. As Bellot Jr. and Krasinski get ready to do battle. I wouldn't want to bet on either one of these. So what do you say, Jeff? Oh, okay. They're close, within 5 thousandths of each other. Bellot picks up the win at the big end. Does me a favor taking a New Media Dragway car out.
Well, that's the end of his hopes and dreams to go to, well, he's going to go to Vegas.
Oh, he was the winner of the, Race of Champions. So he's Vegas bound if he wants to be. Richard Cupertino and Rick Turkowski, 2 long cars. Team Maple Grove right side. Team New Media Dragway left side. I don't know whether you can guess who I'm rooting for. The one that gets there first, really. I like to watch the winners. I feel sorry for the other ones, but somebody's got to lose in drag racing. You know, when I quit losing in drag racing, it was the day I quit racing. I was really dumb when I bought a track. My God. All right, we've got green lights both sides. New Media on a double breakout picks up the win. He didn't have the tree, but he was closer to the dial-in, so he gets to go the next round, which is round number 5 of Super. Keith Walzer and Iggy Falcone, happy birthday, 82 years old today. Wow, celebrating 82 blissful years of drag racing, 40 of those 82 years. Not the same car, though. The car's not that old. He's older than the car. The first car he had was a Chariot. Ben-Hur was his first competition. Green light start for both of them. Somebody's got a great light. Iggy, 007 on the tree and a 652 on a 651. Gets it done. Keith runs it out, trying to catch him. Couldn't do it. Anyhow, congratulations to Iggy, not only for the win, but for his birthday, 82 years, and still drag racing. Has to be a momentous point. Believe me. He's actually 6 years older than I am. In other words, he was in first grade when I was born. Does that make sense? That doesn't make it sound that old that way. Yeah. I heard a mighty roar of those two-wheelers, and I just found out today that they all are Positrack. I didn't know that. No limited slip rears on these things. Heather Bayman and Kevin Sutliff get ready to do battle, a 38 to a 49, both 5-second bikes. Team Cecil County and Team Asta Dragway. Check out how long that swing arm is. It's still back in the water box. Not quite. Green light start for both riders, and wow, are these lights great. Right side 002 to a 008. Lane 1 had some problems. Heather at the bottom end, but she would have needed everything she had to match that 002 light. Brian Knowles and Adam Shearer in their next pair. Team Lebanon Valley and Team Mason-Dixon Dragway. Wonder where that's at. It's close to West Virginia. It's a close race. Lights are close. Win light, left side, Ed. Sharon picks up the win. Knowles was better on the tree, but did not run the number. What can I say? That concludes bikes. The next time you see them, that will be a final. Consolation races. Sportsman get ready to come around the corner.
I will take Consolation, Sportsman to 1 and 2, Pro to 3 and 4, Super to 5 and 6.
All right, listen up. Consolation race cars. Sportsman to 1 and 2, Pro to 3 and 4, Super to 5 and 6. And now would be a good time to come.
All right, we are waiting for the Consi race to get back in here, and we're going to run this sucker. We are going to be done before you know it. All right, here we go. Consolation race. Round 4, we start out with the long roof, Dave Harvey Jr. and Dave Murrin. 87 Regal, all different colors of primer. It's all gray. It's 50 shades of gray. There you go, on a car. Murrin goes red. Dave Harvey, 017 light. 76 on a 79. All right, Ryan Ager, the bye run, I assume, into the final. He goes 738 with a 7 on 738. Latest update on the points, New Media looking good with 63. Mason Dixon and Esta tied at 50. Then New England 41. Maple Grove actually up higher with 48. Lebanon Valley with 40. Island 39. Cecil 34. South Mountain 17. And Team Canada 14. Because Team Canada just rocks. I believe the pro Consi is coming up. Really want to thank Elmer Wachter for all the help this weekend. We have had thousands, literally thousands of runs down this racetrack. It's a lot of work for everyone involved. All right, here we go. Pro Consi, round 4. Scott Besaw. The Deadly Man going to try to hold off Dave Harvey. Well, Besaw continues to be deadly. 009 light, dead on with the 6, gets the win over Dave Harvey. He was dead on with the 2, but he had a 32 light, not good enough. This is the Pro Consi race. Next up, Mike LaRose. 68 Dart. And Rich Sekula in the Vega. Pair of 5-second door cars. Oh my goodness. The Vega 001 and 1 over takes it. LaRose had a 12 light. He's 1 over. But that just wasn't good enough. Keith White, Team Canada, up against Joe Dedrick. Dedrick had quite a light. 005 goes 1 over, forces Keith White to break out by a couple of thousandths. Dedrick is 17 pack overall. That's pretty good. Jen Murray and Melissa Wilson. Ladies in lawn darts. Oh my. Jen goes red by 8 thou. Melissa 018. They had the same dial in. They both go 493. Melissa with the 9. Jen with a 6. But because of the red light, that really didn't matter. Melissa won. Next pair, Will Winthrop in the Fink lane. Braden Acker over in the Napa lane. Will getting the head start by just over half a second. Almost identical lights. Acker dead on with a 3. Winthrop breaks out by a thousandth. Lights were 22 to 25. That was a very good race. And getting the bye run, I think he's just going to take the tree, is Fred Jacobs. That car is just so radical looking, man. Okay. So the consies are done. All right, so we are going to do some track prep here, and then we will get the big race in, and we will be running that to conclusion. And I do want to let everybody know that is here, you do not have to go home, at least not now. You have to eventually. But we are going to be open tomorrow. It's going to be a test and tune day, and we are going to have gamblers races. So if you want to continue racing, stay over, chill out, and come on back in the morning. All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Sportsman, big show. Come on back to staging. Sportsman, big show. Bring him back. All right, once again, we need Sportsman, Big Show, back to the lanes. First call for Pro. Big Show, back to the lanes. And Pro Eliminator, Mr. Northrup, please go up lane 7. And if there is a bye, you will get it. Attention in the pits. Super Eliminator. Big Show. Back to 5 and 6, please. Super Eliminator. Back to 5 and 6. Number 8 from New Media. Go up lane 7 for the bye. Mr. Core, yes, the Nova. You go up lane 7 because you're special. Semifinals in Sportsman coming up right now. Couple of Mopars, Mark Ketterer and the Dodge Aspen, getting put out of his lane up against Dave Harvey. Somebody is on time. That's Dave Harvey, 14 light, 3 over for the win. Ketterer was late, breaks out by 2. Who's going to race Harvey in the final? Is it going to be Tyler Bennett from Cecil or Ed Beadler from New Media? Beadler, it ain't going to be him. He goes red. Tyler Bennett, 65 light, 2 under. It's going to be an all Mopar final round in Sportsman. Preliminator round 5. We start out with Tom Scripignano in the pickup truck. He'll get the head start by exactly half a second over Al Meyer in the Camaro. Meyer goes red. Scripignano, 19 light. 647 on 49 for the win. Another point for Team New Media. Next up, Kevin Mendenhall from Maple Grove up against Mike Fornwalt from New Media. 2 blue Chevrolets. Mendenhall getting a slight head start. Mendenhall welded him on the tree and gets the win. 2 over with the 16. Fornwalt breaks out by 2. But the real culprit there was the 85 light. Next pair, Trish Witt in the Dart. Will be chasing Matt Consiglio in the Nova. Team Cecil chasing Esta. Both cars left too soon, but the reddest one gets the red light. That's Trish Witt, 3500s. Matt Consiglio, 1300s red, gets the win. Goes 667 on the 65, and the bye run going to the beautiful silver Chevelle of Paul Northrop, Team New Media. 013 light. 651 with a 0, 104 miles an hour. That does it. Round 5 of Pro. We're waiting for Super. Up next. Super Eliminator coming up. No surprise, first car in the left lane. Bill Blaker the third in the Monte Carlo. He's going to get the head start over Doug Dahl.
Need another print?
Yeah, I don't have one.
Okay.
I don't know if I grabbed it and lost it or.
If you win, guess, come right back.
All racers, we are in round robin mode. If you win, come on back to staging.
Yeah, so we can call consolation race.
Doug Dahl had the light, goes dead on with an 8 to take out Blaker. He was dead on with the 6, but he had a 40 light. Hey, attention racers. We are going round robin except for finalists. We are holding off all the finals to the end. So we do want to get the Pro and Super from the Consi race back as well. Next pair, Nel Bilad Jr. and Mike Rogers. Two racers that kind of made their bones here at Lebanon Valley. Mike now racing for New Media, Nell for New England. big wheel stand for Nell. Two good lights. And at the top in a double breakout, Mike Rogers moves on. He breaks out by 1,000. That's the least you can break out by. Actually, they both broke out by a little less than 1,000, but we don't have to go out that many places. Mike Rogers moving on, and Iggy Falcone and Dick Coppertino coming up next. I saw the note. Iggy is 82 today and still racing. That is awesome. Oh, baby. Anybody's race at the top. Coppertino, 005, 1 over 17 pack. Iggy breaks out by 7th out. He had a 10 light. And the bye run going to Kyle Core. Team New Media. The more I look at this car, the more I like it. That is a very nice paint scheme. Look at that on the bye, 007 light. 646 with the 7. Once again, all racers, all winners, except for finalists. Back to the lanes, please. We want to do round robin. We're going to run all the finals together. And celebrate all the winners. Now, if you didn't hear the earlier announcement, just want to let everybody know we are going to be open tomorrow. You don't have to go home tonight if you don't want to. We're going to be open tomorrow for Test and Tune, and we're going to have gamblers races tomorrow. So stay. We can have some fun tomorrow. It's going to be beautiful out. We'd love to have you around. All right, latest update in points. Well, New Media, I think, is looking pretty good here. They have 70 points. Esta in second place with 53. The Grove and Mason-Dixon tied at 50. In fifth place, Island Dragway at 43. Next two are New England with 41, Lebanon Valley with 40, Cecil County with 35. Following up the rear, South Mountain with 18 and Team Canada with 14. Coming up, the Super Eliminator Consi race. Sportsman Consi final round. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Sportsman Consi finals to the lanes. All right, Super Consi semifinals. So we have Fred Jacobs in the Pro Mod appearing LeBaron. Will be chasing down the rather stock appearing Chevy Nova of Braden Acker. A double foul start. Braden was fouler. 4,000's red. He gets the red light start. Fred gets the green light. He goes dead on with a 3. He's going to be in the final round against Melissa Wilson. Melissa, 002 red, doesn't matter on the bye. She goes 493 with a 9 on a 494, so that was a pretty good dial in. And those two will be back for the final round. I personally will be very happy when that car alarm just goes silent. Of course, I hope it's not my car, but all right, we have semifinals left in Pro and Super. Then we will run all the finals. Pro semis coming right up. Tom Scripignano. Team New Media made it all the way here. He's going to be racing Kevin Mendenhall in the Nova from Maple Grove. The pickup truck has the light and the win. Dead on with the 5 with the 16 light. Mendenhall was a bit late and breaks out by 1. The other semifinal, Paul Northrop in the Chevelle. Matt Consiglio in the Nova. They're both green. And Northrop, 1 over with the 27, makes it an all New Media final round in Pro. Matt Consiglio breaks out by 2. All right, now we got the Pro Consolation Race semifinals. We start out with Scott Besaw getting the head start, and the deadly Firebird up against Rich Sakula. Island Dragway in the Vega. Well, somebody's deadly. That's Scott. 006 light, one over. Sakula was late on light, breaks out by a couple. Scott Besaw is going to be in the final round up against Joe Dedrick from Maple Grove in the 68 Camaro. Dedrick 550 on 52. I believe that, we have super semifinals, big race semifinals, and then it will be all final rounds. Here we go. 4 cars left in Super Eliminator. First pair is going to be Kyle Core, the sole remaining door car. He will take on Doug Dahl in the dragster. Doug racing for South Mountain and Kyle racing for, of course, New Media. Oh, they are both killer lights at the top end. Kyle Core gets it done by 6 10,000ths of a second. They're basically both one over with 00 lights. Great race. So we're going to have a door car in the final against a dragster. The only question is, which dragster shall it be? Shall it be Mike Rogers for Team New Media, or shall it be Richard Coppertino racing for New Media? Rogers goes red. Coppertino is lucky because he was late. He goes 461 on a 462, but Coppertino is in the final round. So we are down to final rounds. It's a wonderful thing. And we are going to start with the Sportsman Consi race final. It's going to be Dave Harvey Jr. in the Malibu wagon. He's from Atco, New Jersey, site of a former racetrack. Up against Ryan Agar, Warminster, Pennsylvania, racing for both of them are racing for Island. Ryan with the 69 CUDA. Two decent lights, and at the top end, Ryan Ager had the better light, goes one over for the win. It was a close one. He gets there by 2 thousandths. Congratulations to Ryan Crew and Team Island for winning the Sportsman Consi race today. All right, attention in the pits, and this is very important for all racers. We pay in cash here. So you cannot have us mail you a check. If we owe you money, you need to pick it up today. And the office stays open half an hour after racing is over. So if you are owed money, please, please, please go to the first floor tower office and collect it. All Consi racers, pro and super, back to the lane. All right, so we have the 2 rounds left for pro and super Consi. We need you to the lanes immediately, and we will run the big event finals after that. So let's go. We're almost done. Yay. We want to thank again all the folks who have been watching on the internet from home, both on YouTube and Facebook. It's a pleasure having you here today. It is a beautiful day here at Lebanon Valley. A lot of very exciting racing, a lot of very good packages. And we are looking forward to getting the finals all done. Attention the pits. Adam Sharon and Dick Coppertino, we need you two back to the lanes, please, to run the finals. Adam Sharon and Dick Coppertino, back to the lanes. Okay, we're going to go next to the two Consi finals. Pro Eliminator Scott Besaw. The Deadly Dude from Ontario, Canada, I think. Up against Joe Dedrick. Says Ontario, could be Ontario somewhere else. Dedrick from Boyertown, Pennsylvania, Team Maple Grove. It's finals time. Let's see what happens. Two decent lights at the end. Joe Dedrick dead on with the 9 with an 18 light. Besaw a little late, breaks out by 3. Joe Dedrick, Team Maple Grove, the Pro Consi Race champion.
Jim, let the bike guys know we're going to do a quick drag and let the bike motorcycle guys don't get suited up. We're going to do a quick track prep.
You gonna do them first, bikes first?
Probably bikes and probably your sportsman or whatever.
That's fine.
Super Consi Finals. This will be fun, almost a heads-up race. The Pro Mod, Fred Jacobs, Utica, New York, 94 LeBaron. He will be getting the head start over Melissa Wilson, Highland Lakes. I'm not sure what state, but I'm pretty sure she's from Highland Lakes. Team New Media for Melissa, Esta Dragway for Fred Jacobs. Only 700 separate the two. It'll be a nice side-by-side run to the 8th mile. Lights are close. Melissa gets it. She had the better light, dead on with a 3. Fred was dead on with a 3, but he was 28 in the light, so the margin 8 thousandths for Melissa. Great final round. Congratulations to Melissa and Team New Media. Man, it is Team New Media's day. So we have the finalists in the lanes. We're going to do a quick drag on the racetrack, and then we will run the 4 big show finals. Here we go. Big show. Final one. Adam Sharon, Team Lebanon Valley. In the Fink Equipment lane, he's going to be chased by Kevin Sutliff. From Fulton, New York, Team Esta. Adam is from Blandford, Mass. Both riders on Hayabusas. They're both green. Sutliff had light with an 11, goes 2 over for the win. Adam was 2 over as well, but with a 30 light. Congratulations to Kevin Sutliff and crew. And Esta Dragway, they are the 2024 Bracket Finals Motorcycle Champions. Next up will be Sportsman. Tyler Bennett in the Fink Lane, Williamstown, New Jersey. Cecil County in the Duster. David Harvey, Team Island, Haddonfield, New Jersey, in the other Duster. They are both green. Dave Harvey had 3 on the light. He goes 1 over for the win. Tyler Bennett dead on with a 3, but a 57 light, not good enough. Whole shot win to David Harvey. Congratulations to Island Dragway crew, today's Sportsman champions. Pro Finals, Tom Scripignano, Team New Media, in the pickup truck. He's from Middletown, New Jersey. He will be chasing Paul Northrup, Percasey, Pennsylvania, Team New Media. New Media Dragway is going to get the championship. They've already gotten the team. They're certainly going to get the pro championship. Let's see what happens. They're both green, and Northrop had the light, goes 2 over for the win. Scrifignano dead on with the 7, but he had a 45 light, so a whole shot win for Paul Northrop. One final round left. Super Eliminator. Kyle Core in the Nova, Myerstown, Pennsylvania, Team New Media. Again, all 4 finalists in Pro and Super are New Media cars. Dick Coppertino in the Dragster has 2 teams rooting for him. He normally races here at Lebanon Valley and also at New Media. Core getting a head start of 1.84 seconds. Dick, by the way, is from Torrington, Connecticut. Not all that far from here.
Oh, so you get to put up with them all the time, like really all the time.
The light's very close. Coppertino takes it 1 over to a 2 over margin of victory, 0.02 of a second. Dick Coppertino, the bracket finals champion. It's very safe to say, and congratulations to Team New Media. They had a tremendous amount of cars in the late rounds. We need everybody to the winner's circle. Winners and runner-ups. Wow, what a day. We want to thank everybody so much. We had a great time this weekend. And don't forget, racers, we are going to be racing here tomorrow. We are going to have gamblers races. So don't be in a hurry to go home. Stay here and hang out.